member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 217, the nays are 215. Majority voting in the affirmative, the concurrent resolution is adopted. The House will be in order. Members, please take conversations off the floor. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent on behalf of the Pennsylvania delegation to speak out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, February 22nd, 2025, beautiful York County, Pennsylvania was shaken by a horrific act of violence. Officer Andrew Duarte of the West York Borough Police Department was killed in the line of duty while responding to an active shooter at UPMC Memorial Hospital in York, which also included a hostage situation that wounded 5 other individuals. Officer Duarte demonstrated extraordinary courage with no regard for his own personal safety as he ran to the sound of the guns, as he put himself in harm's way to protect others. He paid the ultimate price to protect the innocent and serves as yet another stark reminder of the selfless and tireless dedication of our law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line each day to keep us safe. On Monday, I spoke to the Chief Millsaps, who told me that Officer Duarte's last act, as he lay dying and bleeding out, was to pull one of his injured fellow officers to safety and behind the line of fire. Thank you will never be enough. As we mourn this breathtaking loss, we pray for Officer Duarte and extend our deepest condolences to his family, fellow officers, loved ones, and all who are fortunate enough to have crossed his path. May his bravery remain at the forefront and his legacy endure. His dedication to duty, tireless service, and selfless sacrifice set the standard by which we all should be judged. Let us honor him by remembering the immense price of safety and peace. May God bless you, Andrew. At this time, I ask the House to observe a moment of silence.
Members, staff, guests, please rise for a moment of silence.
Thanks, guys. Good work. Thanks.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Public Schools Week. Approximately 9 out of 10 American students receive their education from a public school. Our public school system, envisioned by our founding fathers, is meant to give every child, regardless of zip code, background, or ability, access to a quality education. These schools provide knowledge and skills that allow our young people to thrive and contribute to our communities. As a senior member of the Education and Workforce Committee and a former school board member, and having attended public schools growing up, I understand the vital role our school system plays in the success of not only the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but also our nation. Mr. Speaker, as part of Public Schools Week, I also want to acknowledge and recognize the tireless efforts of educators and staff who work each day to inspire and to support our students. Every child deserves access to a high-quality education, which helps foster growth and encourages students to achieve their greatest potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during Black History Month, I rise to honor Ronell Mustin, a fearless champion for justice whose activism has shaped movements and transformed communities. Ronell was a founding force behind the first organization to demand sanctions against South Africa's apartheid regimes. In 1979, as co-chair of the Chicago Peace Council, he fought to curb excessive U.S. military spending and redirect resources to those in need. His impact runs deep in Chicago. As a key architect of the 22nd Ward Independent Political Organization, Ronell helped pave the way for Harold Washington's historic election as the city's black mayor in 1983. For decades, he's been a relentless advocate for equity, justice, and true representation. His work has empowered countless voices and strengthened our democracy. Ronell, your legacy is one of courage and conviction. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to justice and your friendship. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the many families still grieving from the heinous assault that claimed 1,200 innocent lives on October 7th, 2023. Last Monday marked the 500-day mark since Hamas terrorists perpetrated the unprovoked and truly evil attack. It was the deadliest assault on Israel and the Jewish community since the Holocaust. I want to commend President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu for their efforts to secure the recent ceasefire agreement. Because of their collaboration, we're seeing some of the 240 hostages be released, including Americans. I urge my colleagues to keep the events of that horrific day top of mind. It is imperative that the United States show unwavering support for Israel and the Jewish community so that Hamas terrorists or any other bad actors never attempt another attack on our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask when are prices going down? I was told that this would be priority number 1 for this administration and Speaker Mike Johnson, but I've yet to have a chance to vote on a single piece of legislation that actually lowers costs. I'm hearing from my constituents over and over and over and over and over again that their grocery bill is too high, that they can't afford to buy a home, and that their paycheck just doesn't go as far as it used to. We need to be doing more to help families get by instead of focusing on petty, partisan politics. I've said over and over again, my focus is lower costs, more jobs, and a better quality of life for Oregonians, and that I'll work with anyone to get that done. I'm pursuing all of that by co-leading bipartisan legislation to help rural small businesses, by advocating for funding for my district, and by actually listening to my constituents. It's time for others to do the same. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today is bittersweet. Diana Taurasi of the Phoenix Mercury announced her retirement. DT is the greatest professional athlete in Arizona sports history. Fight me on that one. 3 NCAA championships, 3 WNBA championships, 6 Olympic gold medals, the WNBA's all-time leading scorer. There's a reason. When I was mayor, I named a street in front of the arena Taurasi Way. A world-class and hilarious trash talker on the court, she could have been a professional comedian. She lights up every room that she is in, constantly uplifting others. And Brittany Griner could not have asked for a more loyal friend during her detainment in Russia. I had a courtside seat to her entire 21-year career in Phoenix. I saw her grow as a basketball player and as a tremendous leader in our community. My son, Trevor, he grew up idolizing Diana Taurasi. He wanted to be her when he grew up, but I had to tell him one day, son, you can't grow up to be Diana Taurasi. Her jump shot is just too darn good. Dee, on behalf of a grateful city, Godspeed on your retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with a heavy heart to honor the loss of a giant, Florida State Senator Geraldine Thompson. She was a trailblazer, a historian, and a fierce advocate who worked every day to uplift Floridians, ensuring that nobody was left behind. For nearly 20 years in the Florida legislature, she broke barriers and created opportunities, especially for black communities and those often overlooked. Senator Thompson was unapologetic, courageous, and a force for good like no other. She paved the path for people like me to be in a job like this. She believed in the promise of this country and fought to make it a reality for everybody. Senator Thompson's contributions to Florida and really to this country will never be forgotten, and her spirit will live on in the work she championed and in all of us that she inspired. May she rest in power. Thank you so much, Senator Thompson. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Black history has shaped our country, and I'm proud to celebrate Black History Month with my Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus colleagues. The Coalition of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, and Black Americans have worked hand in hand for generations to advance racial equality. That coalition was on full display during Martin Luther King Jr.'s historic march from Selma to Montgomery in 1965, when he wore a leg gifted to him by Reverend Abraham Akaka of Hawaii. It existed even on the battlefield. Senator Daniel Inouye was a proud and decorated member of the legendary 442nd Infantry Regiment. He recalled how he sustained injuries in combat, which resulted in the loss of his arm, and that it was soldiers from the 92nd Division, a segregated African-American unit, who provided him with the blood for the 17 transfusions that kept him alive. NHPI history and Black history are inextricably tied together, and in the case of Senator Inouye, a blood bond uniting our two communities together. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise for unanimous consent to 1-minute remarks and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as we honor February as Black History Month. I think of the students at Waterford 2nd Street School in my district, a one-room schoolhouse established 2 years ago after the end of the Civil War where kids studied under segregation. I think of Barbara Rose Johns, a civil rights icon from Virginia. Barbara's high school was dilapidated and overcrowded, and at just 16, she led her classmates in a walkout, inspiring the Virginia NAACP to sue for integration. The walkout sparked one of 5 cases reviewed by the Supreme Court in the landmark Brown versus Board of Education decision. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that Barbara Johns will soon have a statue just steps from this chamber, alongside George Washington, representing the Commonwealth of Virginia. As a country, we've come a long way since Barbara Rose Johns' high school was integrated, but we can't let our country slide back. We will continue to fight and honor the work and legacies of Barbara Johns and all who fought for a more perfect union. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I have the distinct honor as being the only Black and Korean person serving in the U.S. House of Representatives. As I stand with my colleagues from KPAC in recognition of Black History Month, I celebrate the long history and importance of allyship in the Black and AAPI community. From when Frederick Douglass denounced the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1869, from Jesse Jackson taking a stand and taking time away from his presidential campaign to protest the murder of Vincent Chin, to when AAPI groups stood with the Black community after the murder of George Floyd. And today, we continue that fight. As a Republican majority seeks to cut Medicaid, which 11 million Black and 4.5 million AAPIs rely on, we know that we have a lot in common, and when we work together, we can be powerful and strong and use our voices. Cutting SNAP, food assistance, of which 30% of recipients are Black or AAPI. We must continue to stand together, to use our voices, to use our political power, and to show up. As this administration seeks to attack civil rights that our ancestors fought for, we must let everyone know that the Black experience and the Asian American experience is indeed the American experience. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
There is a long-standing allyship between the Black and Asian communities in LA, exemplified by the Hollywood Bowl, once located in the heart of my district. Founded by 5 Japanese Americans in 1957, the Hollywood Bowl served everyone, but had a particularly significant impact on the growing Black community in the historic Crenshaw corridor. Both the Japanese and Black communities in LA were targets of redlining and racial discrimination from the government and banks, which left them with few places to settle. While Japanese Americans worked to recover from the unjust internment camps and post-war discrimination, Black Americans continued to fight against racial segregation and voter suppression. The Hollywood Bowl provided a space to come together as Angelenos, offering residents of Crenshaw a safe space for entertainment, healing, and protection. This solidarity was tested during the 1992 LA riots, which erupted following the horrific beating and arrest of Rodney King. In a time when racial tensions dominated our city and much of South Central was engulfed in flames, the Hollywood Bowl stood as a beacon of light amid the destruction. Not only did the Hollywood Bowl emerge unscathed from the riots, but people actually gathered to bowl on the night the riots broke out. Although the bowling alley closed in 2000 and was eventually demolished, its impact on our South LA community will be felt for decades to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus and I are proud to honor Black History Month and stand with our Congressional Black Caucus colleagues in the shared fight for equality and justice. There's a long and storied history of solidarity between the Black community and the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. In the 19th century, Frederick Douglass spoke out against the racist Chinese Exclusion Act and used his voice to advocate for Asian immigrants who wanted to earn the right to become U.S. citizens. During the Civil Rights Movement, Asian American activists protested alongside Black Americans in the fight for equality. The allyship between our two communities remains critically important in the face of a vicious campaign to erase our stories, voices, and contributions to this nation. But make no mistake, we will fight tooth and nail for our communities and stand up to these attacks. We will not let anyone tell us that our stories don't matter. Our stories are American history, and without us, our nation would not be where it is today. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans just passed their budget plan. Like many House Democrats, I am clear-eyed about this plan and how it will affect families in Westchester and in the Bronx. This budget is a direct attack on the working and the middle class, all while handling more than $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for the wealthiest in our society. The cuts needed for these tax breaks will mean over 196,000 residents in my district are at risk of losing Medicaid coverage. This includes 73,000 children and 27,000 seniors. This budget plan also threatens 74,000 people who count on SNAP to put food on the table. Republicans have promised to lower costs for everyday Americans, but this budget won't do that at all. Instead, it will make life harder and more expensive for constituents and Americans across the country. As this process moves forward, I will join with Americans to fight for fairness and opportunity for every American. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speak for 1 minute. Just one.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in honoring Black History Month and uplifting the connection between the Black and Asian community. As a member of Congress who was part of both Black and Asian community and the Civil Rights Task Force chair of CAPAC, I want to acknowledge the long history of solidarity between our two communities. For example, American abolitionist Frederick Douglass spoke out against the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1869 in his Composite Nation speech, and our communities have shared struggles against systemic racism during the Civil Rights Movement. In the 1960s, for example, Japanese Americans worked alongside Malcolm X during the Civil Rights Movement. During Black History Month, we're reminded that civil rights and Asian American movements have all gone hand by hand in seeking justice against systemic racism. So as we celebrate progress this Black History Month and fight against the Trump administration, we must remember that we cannot abandon our commitment to achieving racial equity for all people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with my newborn Sam, who's just 4 weeks old. Unfortunately, I wasn't given the opportunity to vote remotely after giving birth, but I wasn't going to let that stop me from being here to represent my constituents and vote no on this disastrous Republican budget proposal. Republicans and Trump promised to lower costs on day one, and instead their priorities have been focused on ripping health care away from kids, seniors, moms, and others who need it most. And this is not going to save money. It includes people like my mom who work for hourly wages but are still unable to afford health care. When you don't have access to health care, you show up in the ER. This is going to have a huge burden on our hospitals and unfortunately will have skyrocketing costs. I agree, Sam. Hospitals will bear this burden. It also slashes SNAP, taking food off the plates for seniors, veterans, and kids, all to fund tax breaks for billionaires like Elon Musk while increasing our national deficit by trillions of dollars. How can anyone show their face in their district after voting yes for this? Thank you. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for half the time remaining until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend. Now you're supposed to head to the mic. Ms. Wilson. You're fine.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Biden-Harris administration, America experienced wasteful spending, harming families and destroying jobs. Tonight, in a very historic vote that we just completed, in order to combat the destructive impacts, House Republicans have voted to establish the congressional budget for the United States government for 2025 and set forth the appropriate budgetary levels for 2026 through 2034. Introduced by the very capable House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington, this bill will pave the way for the passage of a single comprehensive bill which will deliver on the agenda of President Donald Trump. Again, it's Donald Trump, promises made, promises kept. This budget resolution provides a framework for Congress to secure the border, unleash American energy, prevent the largest tax hike in history, create jobs, and bring common sense back to the government. Unnecessary and wasteful government spending will be eliminated, putting the American people first. I am grateful for the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson working closely with President Donald Trump for economic opportunity and jobs for all American families. The Trump tax cuts have been proven to energize small businesses to create jobs across the United States. The National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, has made a difference to work with the administration for this progress tonight. Additionally, large companies have expanded in my home state of South Carolina, anticipating the tax cuts which provide for citizens to have more money which they can use to improve their lives. In the district I represent, I'm very grateful that Michelin Tire Corporation of Lexington is the largest facility in the world, and this is producing tires for energy production across North America. President Trump has provided for all the above energy, which will create jobs. It's also encouraging that Boeing Aircraft Corporation in Charleston is doubling its size. Already, it's been announced a sale of $39 billion of 787-10 jets to Saudi Arabia, as Saudi Arabia is developing a new airline, Riyadh Airways, which we know will be successful with our friends and allies of Saudi Arabia. It's additionally encouraging, and I'm grateful that we have BMW success in South Carolina with the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world, and along with Volvo in Somerville, it makes South Carolina the leading exporter of tires and automobiles of any state in the Union. In addition to Michelin, we have Continental Tire, which is obviously German. We're grateful for their investment. And Bridgestone is a very important Japanese investment in the district I represent, along with GT of Singapore. So over and over, we have investments that are being made because of, I believe, significantly anticipating the vote that just occurred tonight. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues, while the people of Ukraine continue to successfully stop war criminal Putin, who is trying to resurrect the failed Soviet Union, killing so many people in Ukraine, additionally in Georgia, and threatening the people of Moldova. We know that what war criminal Putin has done to oppress the people of Belarus and to address and try to disrupt the elections in Romania and in the Republic of Georgia. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. President Donald Trump is reinstituting existing laws, which is successfully securing our border to protect American families with peace through strength. Today also marks the 100th day of the inspiring protest in Tbilisi, the capital of the Republic of Georgia, where the people are protesting the rigged election that occurred on October 26, where war criminal Putin interfered in the elections and provided for, sadly, the institution of a new government which is not legitimate. The legitimate government of Georgia, led by President Salome Zurabishvili, is so important to recognize as she courageously stands as a patriot for the people of Georgia. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Speaker, first, is it a chance to get the amount of time that we're splitting so we have a sense of the runtime here?
The gentleman has 36 and a half minutes.
All right, thank you. And if we're all blessed, I won't use it all. Mr. Speaker, have you ever had a moment where the first words in your head are, I'm damned if I do and damned if I do, or damned if I do, damned if I don't, but there's a chance. Okay, for a decade, I've been coming behind this very microphone and walking through demographics, debt, and the deficit, and trying to explain that something that the left doesn't like and the right doesn't like is almost 100% of the growth of the deficit for the next functionally 3 decades is demographics. And we don't like saying that because it's harder to play the politics of blaming each other. So look, there's been dozens of things said, and that's just the nature of it, in regards to the reconciliation budget resolution that was just passed. And I manage part of the Joint Economic Time, and my job there as the chair of Joint Economic is to represent the committee. Now I get to represent myself. I worry, but the opportunity of having the basically authorizing committees do what's necessary to save our future. A little while ago, you saw a beautiful little baby here. Last week when we were here, I had my 2.5-year-old that we've adopted with me. Here's some basic pieces of math. For my 2.5-year-old, when he's 24, 25 years old, every U.S. tax rate has to have been doubled, all of them, just to maintain baseline services. So the whole presentation of walking through what happens when you get a moment here to actually disrupt policy and do things that are better, faster, cheaper. Because I will argue the army of lobbyists, basically the rent seekers, if you remember your high school economics, that are around us all, despise the concept of reform. They despise the concepts of modernization. And that's actually, so some of the basic things I want to go over tonight, and I'll try to do it efficiently. First off, I know I used this board a little while ago, and I'm sorry it's handwritten, I broke the printer. It's just simply making a point. For the average American at the end of this year, if we don't fix the expiring provisions, your taxes go up $2,853, and functionally 62% of all taxpayers will be subject to higher taxes. Okay. Now, when you actually have our friends on the left basically saying, you're raising, you're going to give away to the millionaires and billionaires, that's not the distributional effect of 2017. Matter of fact, one of the great trivia points, and I've actually had some fun with this one, because it comes from a progressive analysis from a few years ago. That after 2017 tax reform, the U.S. tax regime actually became more progressive. Now, there were lower rates, but it meant the top tier of taxpayers were paying more of the federal budget. And you walk through saying, okay, can I show you on the, well, you gave money to corporations. Yes, but we can show you that the vast majority of that actually went to wages. And people forget many of the things we did to force the repatriation back of capital, of intellectual property, of expensing, of R&D expensing. Don't, as a Republican, I beg of you, don't actually ever tell anyone this. A bunch of that was in the Obama budgets. Yes, they were in many ways bipartisan ideas from back then because we were bleeding out productive capacity in this country. We were transferring productive capacity in our assets overseas because of our tax regime and the ability to compete. Now, it looks like the reality of sounding like an idiot economist around here doesn't buy you a lot of friends, but the fact of the matter is the budget box that was just offered is an opportunity to not, and Mr. Speaker, forgive, my asthma and my lung infection are going a little nuts right now. It's an opportunity to stop your taxes from going up. But what I'm actually more interested in is what I believe are solemn promises I got from the leadership. That many of the things I've come behind this microphone for a decade talking about of how we can adopt technology, how we can adopt models to lower the cost and yet cover our brothers and sisters and give them more access and more opportunity and be healthier. Because the way we deliver services as a government is archaic. You know right now if you were designing a system, you wouldn't do it this way, but we're all terrified of whether it be the bureaucracy and their lobbyists and their unions, you know, something the left has to deal with. Many of the business people that have learned how to make money off these programs, our problem, comes marching into our offices, all upset because we're going to change their business model and make them compete. Guess what? That might be what we just accomplished in this vote, is less about fixing the expiring tax provisions, which we're going to do, but maybe it will also give us that window where we can change, prove the way we deliver these services. Because I can't figure out why this place is so intellectually calcified that it doesn't, that they're terrified of changing it. So, Mr. Speaker, let's once again walk through some of our basic math. This is just a pie chart. Yes, it's a pie chart. Yay, we love pie charts. For the estimates for this fiscal year. Basically, I want you to take a look at it. It's a little less than 75%, but it's close. Actually, it looks like that may be. What you see in red is mandatory spending. Well, guess what? The blue is all I get to vote on as member of Congress. And every dime of the blue is borrowed. So what happens if I come to you and say, well, net interest, well, we don't get to vote on interest. And my personal math is closer to almost 1.2 trillion in interest coming in this year, but I've been doing a running calculation of the higher interest rate. We don't get to touch Social Security. Social Security has its own trust fund, which is gone in 8 years. And then all of a sudden, we got to figure out, what is it, the first full year of Social Security trust fund being empty is 609 billion, something of that nature. Depends on workforce participation at the time you do that. That makes the dollars we were talking about today tiny. Well, we have Medicare, Medicaid, and some other mandatory programs. So why am I showing you this? What's so difficult here, and I know this is geeky stuff, But this is why there's such a fraud in the debates that happen around this place is we don't treat the voters like they have an IQ. Stop talking down to America. I will argue many of them are a hell of a lot smarter than people like me. Is we don't get to actually put net interest into a reconciliation budget. Matter of fact, there's nothing we get to do about it. There's some things we could have if we could actually work together on the way we sell debt, maybe the types of interests. Professor Schuler, Yale, 10 years ago wrote an article about trills, which is an equity interest in tax receipts. Other things, there's ways to break up the concentration on debt, making your society less fragile, are subject to possibly bond vigilantes. Social Security, well, it's illegal. It's part of the 1974 Budget Control Act. You can't touch it. Yet I saw half a dozen members on the other side go behind their microphone and say, well, Social Security, that's, what's a good word for an absolute untruth? Oh, okay, I'll work on that. So what we have is less than half of the red portion we can even work on in a reconciliation budget. So this is an incredibly important moment. Will the standing committees, which have gone years and years and years and years and not been able to actually provide improvements, redesigns, modernization, be able to look at things like the Wall Street Journal 5-article series, and you all saw the ones this weekend on Medicare Advantage. Well, one of their headlines said, and I think it was actually more than a single year period, but $50 billion of fraud. Are we allowed to work on that? Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is it just time to find a better way to actually think about these things? That's maybe what we just opened up, assuming that my own leadership, my own committee chairman, are ready to do hard work, really difficult things that, just like that baby, just like my 2.5-year-old, maybe we could save their future. Maybe I could save your retirement without ever cutting a service. The number of members who've come up behind the microphone and said, we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting this. Really, find me that word in here. Doesn't mean it's easy. You know, for Energy and Commerce, they have to find 4% of their entire committee's authorization over 10 years. You're telling me you can't find 4% of improvements in this place? End of children. You do realize the Census Bureau of the United States says in about 7.5 years, this country has more deaths than births. You tell me, as a junior actuary, well, someone that wishes he was smart enough to be one, how I make the math of the future work in a society that has a shortage of young people. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just demographics. But we're not allowed to actually do difficult things here because, Mr. Speaker, it would require math. And then the harder part, it would require us to tell truth. And so many people, like this very moment, there'll be someone on cable television on the left and the right doing their talking, getting people's dopamines to hit, but it's not honest math. The math is really hard. It's really complex. There's a way to make it work, but we have only a couple more years, I believe, to provide this stability. Maybe that's what we just did a few minutes ago. So let's, once again, this is the single board that gets me the most hate mail. Also is the truth. This is the 30-year projection. If you look at the 30-year projection from Congressional Budget Office, I didn't produce this, they did. And we believe it's already way out of date because of the change in interest rates. You'll find Social Security and Medicare and their interest carry are responsible for almost functionally every dime of debt from today through the next 30 years. It's $116-some billion or trillion dollars of debt. The rest of the budget actually has about a $9 trillion positive bounce because its growth is slower than the growth of tax receipts, according to the Congressional Budget Office. This is the thing the left, in my particular case, love to run hate television commercials. Dared to talk about saving Social Security, saving Medicare, reforming how we deliver services so they're stable, so people have a future. You want to understand why this place is so damn toxic is those of us who are actually trying to fix things also write the attack commercials for the other side. It's a sickness. But the math is the math, and eventually the math will win. Look, the understanding, if we don't modernize how we deliver services, and through that start to stabilize everything. It's not just the benefits, it's the growth of debt, convince the bond markets we're going to be stable so they don't raise our interest rates. Look, we did a couple weeks ago, we showed a chart that if this place does stupid things and we make the bond markets nervous, and we were to get a 1-point increase in U.S. interest rates, we showed in 9 budget years, the additional interest is bigger than everything we talked about today. You've got to start processing how fragile we've made our future. And you start to actually look that if we don't start to actually use this opportunity to say, we're going to use the reconciliation open, we're going to not raise people's taxes, but we get to have a robust debate, discussion, ideas with the left, the right, particularly those on Ways and Means, Energy, Commerce, those things, saying, here's what the mix should look like. Maybe you don't extend everything. Maybe you mix them up. Maybe you find where there's leakage. Maybe you find where there's economic growth opportunities. Bring your proposals, bring your economics, bring your statisticians. The debate is on. And now we get to actually have an honest debate based in statistics and math and maybe a future, because we so rarely do that around here. And we'll publish a couple more versions of this in more detail. But look, I'm blessed to also chair the Joint Economic Committee. So I have people that are much smarter than I am. You'll be happy to know all of our economists now bathe. It's a running joke, particularly if you know economists. We worked through the math that said, what would happen if you did both things? You paid for as much of this reconciliation budget, the spending, the extension of the tax cuts as possible, and you do it. That's how you get your maximization of growth. Turns out, if you don't do it, you actually get probably a small retraction, maybe a small recession, because people's taxes go up rather dramatically. Remember, for the average family, didn't I just show you, $2,853. Now, in a district like mine, it's somewhere in the 3,000 range. I have a higher income district. But you also have the other thing, the most we can do to try to find ways to pay for that. Turns out there's this concept of capital stack. The United States government is not the only one binging on debt. You look at China, other countries, this and that. As the demographics of the industrialized world start to functionally get really ugly, and we're having to provide services, the amount of savings is starting to be chewed up. So one of the benefits we had in the previous decade and decade before that is there were fairly substantial savings stacks that went into U.S. sovereigns and other things. We expect in the next few years we'll actually start to see that roll over. And then you get the concepts of term premiums and those things. I know it's geeky, but the fact of the matter is, if you don't have a substantial modernization of government, you can't make this math work. Mr. Speaker, can I ask you the time? I want to be respectful to everyone.
Gentleman has 12 and a half minutes remaining.
My best guess is I'll use about 6 or 7 of it. Mr. Speaker, I tried to actually sort of demonstrate. Do you remember the hair on fire comments, people saying things that just mathematically had no basis? They're not actually in the budget documents, those things. But the big one, and folks understand that the size of these committees are vastly different, but the one that people were focusing on, E&C, Energy and Commerce, they still have 96% of their spending authority within their jurisdiction. That's just going to continue. This little wedge here is what they're being asked to work on. I will promise you, if I'm given the chance, my economic team is given the chance, my leadership in Ways and Means and E&C will work with us, I can get every dollar of that by just modernization of delivery of services. And for my brothers and sisters on the left, and remember, I at one time worked on my state's Medicaid budgets. So I have some, it's been a long time ago, I actually chaired for a little while my state's health committee. So I have some experience on Arizona, which has a very unique Medicaid system. We buy basically managed care policies for our indigent population. It's remarkably good, it's remarkably efficient, and may have the highest satisfaction rate in the entire nation. So something worth thinking about. So let's get down to the brass tacks here on a couple of the last bits. You look at the next decade of spending, we don't get to touch interest, okay? We don't get to touch old age survivor fund, that's your Social Security. Matter of fact, what we should be doing is having really interesting conversations, mathematically honest ones, not in front of the microphone, but probably in a back room with actuaries on how we're going to save it, considering the fact that the own Social Security actuary report says, now I think in midway 2033, the trust fund's empty. And for my Democrat friends that keep saying, what we need to do is just do a bunch more taxes and enhance the benefit. Okay. But you do realize you just chewed up every dime of your seed corn, if that's a colloquialism, for everything else. We have a chart we've brought here multiple times showing the proposal saying, hey, take everyone over $400,000 and just raise the cap. So every billionaire pays their full Social Security, both the employer side, the individual side. It only took care, I think our math was like 38% of the shortfall. Helping folks sort of understand the scale and also the rhetorical solutions that are so often thrown out are not mathematically honest. So then you come over here. Well, discretionary, okay, we can take a run at that. You know what discretionary is. It's defense. It's everything you really think of as government. Other mandatory, and then Medicare and Medicaid basically sits in this area. So what would happen if our brothers and sisters on the left would actually, instead of defending the inefficiencies, the distortions, I despise using waste and fraud because I think everyone's against waste and fraud. But even if you read the articles, the ProPublica, the Wall Street Journal, on the extortion of bad acts, if that's a way to phrase it, that are going on in these programs, and the willingness to fix that, should that be Republican or Democrat? Or should it just be our attempt to be good governance? Remember, we're the board of directors for the biggest concern in the world. It's malfeasance the way we run this place. Our rhetoric is often completely intellectually vacuous. There are solutions. For any of you that have staff, do you have a nice highlighted copy of the MedPAC report from top to bottom, where they walk you through lots and lots of solutions? Or do you want, I'll send you over the stack of Wall Street Journal articles. I'll even send you the ProPublica on durable medical equipment fraud and how there's ways the doc and I could simply fix that with about a 3-paragraph bill and people would have better access, better health, and we would save potentially $100+ billion just on that one line item over the 10 years. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's the opportunity we may have just unlocked. I also think sometimes I might be delusionally optimistic and hopeful. I am 62 with a 2-year-old. That's actually funny. But I don't think we have a lot more time to play this treadmill game. For brothers and sisters in the majority, we're going to have to carry this. We're going to have to do the hard things because the left has decided they want to burn us down. Fine. And I wish I could be honest and say we didn't try to do the same when they were in the majority. But we're at a moment where the morality of protecting this society, protecting this country, protecting the American dream is growth moral, but is also the next generation not being, as the economists keep telling me, the first generation to live poorer than their parents, because that's what's coming. Let's use this opportunity to do hard things. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This week marks a very solemn anniversary, the anniversary of Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine. 3 years ago, Russia started this war by invading Ukraine, not the other way around. I repeat, 3 years ago, Russia started this war, and I'm utterly disgusted that President Trump would refute this absolute truth. I'm equally horrified by President Trump's characterization of President Zelensky as a dictator who does not want peace. I was with President Zelensky just last week in Germany for the Munich Security Conference. He is an honorable and earnest leader, a man who has even offered to step down from the presidency if it would guarantee the freedom of his people. President Trump's blatant lie and absurd insult is a lie directly out of Soviet-style propagandists' playbooks. It is Putin who wants to take Russia's resource-rich land. It is Putin who wants to strip its people of their rights and their freedoms. And it is Putin who wants to destroy another European democracy. It is Putin who is a cancer on the world, a liar, a torturer, a murderer, and a war criminal. It is appalling to see our president of these United States, expected to be a reliable standard bearer of democracy, align himself and as a result ourselves so closely with our adversaries, even organizing a sit-down to determine the fate of Ukraine without Ukraine at the table and without the input of our European allies at all. Whatever comes out of these meetings will not be a peace agreement. It will instead be a Russian power grab and an appeasement of war criminal Putin, facilitated by these United States, an illegitimate peace. And it's all horrifying, it's all infuriating, and it's all antithetical to our American ideals. As President Trump and his administration publicly trash our allies, undermine the strength of NATO, and decimate our international aid programs, our adversaries are greedily and happily waiting to fill the gaps that this administration is deliberately creating. On Monday, the United States joined Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Sudan, and Hungary, and I will name them again. Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Sudan, and Hungary, a group of countries I never would like us to be associated with, in voting against the United Nations resolution condemning Russian aggression and demanding the immediate withdrawal of Putin's forces from Ukraine. To quote my Republican colleague and dear friend, Congressman Don Bacon, and I quote, "The Trump administration royally screwed up on Ukraine." Another anniversary is fast approaching. Indeed, on April 20th of last year, 101 Republicans voted to support Ukraine. And I'm really glad that Representative Bacon is speaking out about President Trump's actions. But I wonder, where are the rest of his colleagues? I hope that the other 100 members who supported aid to Ukraine in April will be as brave as Representative Bacon and speak out against this administration's ridiculous and dangerous actions. I want to emphasize how important it is that the American people hear President Trump's own words, see his own actions, and be appropriately outraged. President Trump's disavowal of Ukraine and his cozying up to dictators puts us here in the United States all at risk as well. President Trump's turn towards authoritarianism leaves us exposed politically and economically. Scorned allies could pull out or change their free trade agreements, cause shortages in imported goods, including food and oil, pharmaceuticals, and more. President Trump campaigned on bringing down costs, but his very actions right now are indeed undermining the value of the dollar and driving up inflation. We've heard over and over again from the American people that the prices of essential goods are already too high, and President Trump's actions will only hurt our attempts to bring down these costs. America's global leadership also helps to keep Americans safe, too. President Trump turning his back on Ukraine isolates us and undermines our strength the strength of international institutions and the security networks that work like NATO. This encourages NATO allies to question our own alliance and allegiance. It in turn causes our allies worldwide to do the same. And those who are considering with whom to form alliances, and there are many, it causes them as well to turn away from us. It gets worse, with President Trump actually allying himself with China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. These countries now seemingly have America's explicit backing to spread their influence, and in some cases to spread their force, like we've seen in Ukraine. This will undoubtedly cause people to free oppressive regimes and create new regimes who will be inspired by this global democratic backslide. President Trump claimed he was going to reduce this kind of migration, but the political turmoil he is causing will in fact make it worse, pushing people to seek safety outside of their own home country. We can't turn our back on Ukraine and the world, and we cannot expect that the consequences of that decision will not reach our shores. And the American way of life is reliant on our global reputation and interconnectivity, and President Trump is doing his very best to tear that all down. President Trump must reverse his dangerous position. He must stop this gamesmanship, and he must recommit to our long-standing alliances instead of realigning ourselves, the United States, with dictators. I want to turn now to my esteemed colleague from the great state of Ohio, the very Honorable Marcy Kaptur, for 4 minutes.
I thank Congresswoman so very much for allowing me to speak this evening, and to also thank her for her service to the United States of America in our military. She knows the cost of liberty. And there couldn't be a better member of Congress than Chrissy Houlihan, I'll tell you that. A lot of Americans, perhaps in the newer generations, don't understand what Russia is capable of. So I refer you to 2 books, if you're interested, and I hope you are. One is Bloodlands by Dr. Timothy Snyder, now at Yale University, who discusses the history of the region that we're talking about and what happened yesterday at the United Nations, and also another book called Red Sparrow. I would recommend you don't read that in the evening, but during the day, because you will learn more about how Russia both operates now and has always operated. To give a little history, before the collapse of the murderous dictatorship that was called the Soviet Union, that occurred in 1991, and had extended all the way from Russia all the way across Europe to Germany to East Berlin, which has been free since 1991, a great president, Ronald Reagan, served this nation. He was elected twice. He correctly identified Russia as the evil empire. Ronald Reagan had been an actor in Hollywood and fought to remove communists from the ranks of the Actors Guild in California, where he met his wife. And that particular effort by Reagan took great courage because he could have been killed. That's what it's like to deal with Russia as the Soviet Union or the empire now. Another Republican president during my service was George W. Bush. He named Russia and North Korea as the axis of evil. We could add Iran and other countries, but never before at the United Nations has any U.S. president ever stood with the dictators of Russia. Those countries that voted with Russia yesterday are state sponsors of terrorism. Russia understands terror. That's what she does. So for the United States to stand beside Russia, North Korea, Belarus at the United States, at the United Nations, it's appalling. It is appalling. Russia's atrocities go back hundreds of years. During World War II, on the soils of Ukraine, 14 million people were murdered. This is the tradition of Putin. If you do not know that, you are naive. Wake up. Wake up. Even China abstained from the vote yesterday. Aligning with these countries who past presidents have called the epitome of evil on earth is shocking. The very fundamental purpose of this nation is liberty. That's why we're here. This isn't some game, and it's not about strategic metals or very precious items that are underground somewhere. It is about something much more precious, liberty. So to see that happen at the UN yesterday, I thought, what have they been drinking up there? Ukraine is a scrimmage line for liberty on the continent of Europe today, and no president of the United States should cavort with dictators. We have always been the bastion of freedom. Our people have died for it, defending these ideals around the world. And yesterday, President Trump cowered and appeased one of the most dangerous dictatorships in the world. It is shameful, it is un-American, it is not patriotic, and it's almost traitorous. Maybe it is traitorous to do that. We know Russia, we know North Korea, we know Iran. They don't stand for liberty. They're part of the new spider web of tyranny that's poised against us, if anyone is paying attention, anywhere in this country. The actions to vote with them and against Ukraine is a blotch on America's record as a champion for a free world. Most of the world is not free. If you haven't traveled to these places, try. You might learn something. So tomorrow is another day, and I urge those who lead foreign policy for this administration to remember who we fight for, who our friends are, who our allies are, and who are our enemies united against us. I also just wanted to place on the record a reminder that when Ukraine was beginning to be free after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, a great man, Viktor Yushchenko, was president of the young Ukraine. What did Putin do? Putin had him poisoned. And Yushchenko survived somehow. When they flew him to Europe and they tried to pump him out with some kind of horrible, horrible strategic metal that he had been made to swallow when he ate with the dictators who continue to control Russia. He has just killed, Putin has just killed Alexei Navalny in a terrible Arctic prison because he wanted to run against Putin. And that's how you get elected in Russia. You kill the opposition. So my friends, pay attention, inform yourselves, and if you want to understand how a tyranny operates, look at the film on YouTube It takes 30 minutes. It's called Freedom Means Never Surrender. It's a documentary about how a tyranny functions. It just won the Telly Award. Take the time to do it. Recall for yourselves the preciousness of the liberty we enjoy. And I yield back my time to the gentlelady, and I thank you very much, Congresswoman, for allowing us to speak on this special order tonight.
You're very, very welcome. It's my privilege. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time we have remaining?
Is recognized until 10 p.m.
May I ask how much?
Until 10 p.m. You have 28 minutes left.
Terrific, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 years ago this week, Russia launched an unprovoked invasion on Ukraine. We are entering the 4th year of war in Ukraine and 11 years of war on Ukraine since the invasion in Crimea and the Donbass. In the past few days, this invasion, this major invasion, that fact has sadly been disputed. But it's important that history represent the truth. Whether it's Putin or anyone else, including in our government, that says Russia is not the aggressor and that Ukraine is responsible for the invasion, they are lying. Yesterday's anniversary reminds us that the Ukrainian people continue to suffer, but I know that they will remain strong and resilient. This is not a regional fight. Ukraine's sovereignty is a U.S. national security issue. We must hold the line in Ukraine now, or we may have American boots on the ground fighting in Europe in a few years. That's my fear. We do want peace, and yet this administration has begun negotiations from the weakest possible position. Before we even get to the table, Ukraine has been excluded from NATO. Territorial concessions were granted to Russia, and Ukraine didn't even have a seat at the table. This is what they get for a sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of their people, cities destroyed across Ukraine. The Trump administration must increase pressure on Russia if we are truly interested in peace. With Russia in particular, weakness invites aggression, and easing up on Russia only makes Ukraine's fight harder. We must stand firm. I spent 25 years in the Army defending America's national security interests at home and abroad. When I retired a little over 2 years ago, I traveled to Ukraine 14 times investigating war crimes. I traveled to Kharkiv, 20 miles from the Russian border. I traveled to Zaporizhia, 20 miles from the Russian front. I traveled to Mykolaiv, Chernihiv, cities that have appeared in the news, devastated by Russian attacks. Those people are resilient. They're fighting for their freedom, much like we fought for our freedom almost 250 years ago. We're going to be celebrating that anniversary in one short year. Can you imagine what it would have been like if France did not intervene on our behalf? You know, we have a portrait there of the Marquis de Lafayette that stood with us shoulder to shoulder. The French spilled blood on our battlefields. We weren't even asked to do that. We were asked to provide some material support, 31 tanks, a couple of hundred of our armor vehicles, and some money. Now, granted, we have to watch how we spend our money. We have an obligation to the American people. But we also have to recognize where our national security interests lie. And the fact that we spent 80 years defending an international order that our grandfathers fought for and died on European battlefields for. I think we've forgotten that for some reason. I can't explain it. But they know that in Ukraine, because that's what they're fighting for. They know that if they give up, the Russians will occupy. And in those occupied areas, they've already deported tens of thousands of children to be re-educated, taken away from their family. They've put the Ukrainian people in camps. Russia is basically like a boa constrictor, slowly digesting chunks of Ukraine. If we pause now without security guarantees, they'll be back at it in a few years, just like they were after Crimea, like they were in Georgia, like they were in Moldova. We have to be clear-eyed about that in our interests. And so in Virginia's 7th District, my voters expect me to stand up for American values, and that's exactly what I'm doing by speaking out today. And that's why I'll keep fighting for strong U.S. leadership all around the world. That includes Ukraine's sovereignty, for our own country's national security interests, and for the values that keep and have kept America strong. On this anniversary, we must reaffirm our commitment that we stand against autocrats and dictators like Russia and North Korea, and that we stand with Ukraine on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in condemning what can only be seen as sheer desertion, yes, I use the word desertion, of Ukraine by this president, and I deeply regret, at least to date, by my Republican colleagues in Congress. The dictator of Russia, as has already been pointed out, has not seen a better day, at least since the successful death of Alexei Navalny. But let's be clear, Putin is not the only dictator, and for the third time I use the word dictator, who's dancing today. Let's just take one example, the dictators of Iran. For them, this betrayal is a bright light in a dim room. They want nothing more than a stronger and resurgent and unchecked Russia, because that brings them renewed hope to their singular focus of the destruction of Israel. And by the way, I say very directly to our friends of Israel, wherever you are, and many of you were in the Capitol today, that if you do not call out this abandonment of Ukraine now, you have learned nothing from 1939 Czechoslovakia. But there's one dictator in our world who is cheering the loudest of all, and that dictator is the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. This is the world he covets. This is the world that he's worked for. This is the world that turns the lock and opens the door on his ambitions. The world of a weakened, isolated America that nobody trusts. A world in which this country walks away from proven international rules-based orders that have kept the peace and stability for 3 generations now. A world, he hopes for, that has forgotten that true peace and prosperity are built on both strength and democratic values, both of those. Yes, the desertion of Ukraine and its sure ripple effects shows that he finally has the willing partner he has sought, even more than Putin himself. A partner equally committed to an ad hoc transactional foreign policy where all that really matters is power, money, and leverage. That alliances, principles, and loyalty are disposable, as if that ever alone would buy lasting peace, and there is no example in world history that it does. But our president says, don't worry, we have an ocean between us and Ukraine, so what's to worry about? And no doubt in time, he will assert the same thing about my ocean, the Pacific Ocean, between us and the People's Republic of China. He will say that that ocean offers the same illusion of insulation from the world of reality. Well, tell that to Japan or Taiwan or South Korea or the Philippines. Tell them that that ocean protects them. Or the ASEAN countries, or Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, India, the island nations of the Pacific. Tell that to the citizens of the American homeland in the Pacific, Hawaii, Guam, the Northern Marianas, American Samoa. Yes, just try to tell the rest of our world and country that the outcome in Ukraine has nothing to do with the geopolitical challenge of our time, the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. Tell that to anybody, and you truly live in denial of the world today and the lessons of history. The PRC, though, they know history, and they already have an edition of the People's Daily, their leading newspaper, already printed up as a gift for the president's trip home when he surely visits shortly. And the headline of the People's Daily reads in Mandarin, "Peace in our time." Those are the unavoidable broader stakes of betraying Ukraine today. And I know my Republican colleagues know this. I know this because I've heard them say it repeatedly over 3 years. I've heard them say it in committee. I've heard them say it on this floor. I've heard them say it in public. But where are you now? Did something in the world change in the last week or two? Was there some fundamental shift in our understanding of this world, in our alliances, in our commitment to loyalties and principles and values, in addition to strength? I don't think so, and I don't think anybody else think anything has changed other than a president that wants to go in a different direction. And that president has no effective check and balance on this tragic mistake, except for the majority in the House and the Senate. And so I really hope to my Republican colleagues in this body, because I don't hold out hope for the administration and the presidency, but I do hold out hope for my colleagues. I hope you find your way back soon through the fog into reality again before it's too late. I yield back.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking my friend and colleague, Representative Houlihan, for convening this special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support our ally, Ukraine, and speak up against the grave threat the Trump administration's support for Russia poses to democracy at home and abroad. Yesterday marked 3 years since Russia's unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation. We have since witnessed incredible bravery from the Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines to the families who have endured unimaginable loss, yet continue to fight for their homeland. My community of Buffalo knows what it means to stand together in times of hardship. We are a city that welcomes, embraces, and lifts up those in need. I stood arm in arm with Western New York's Ukrainian community in Niagara Square, designated Ukraine Freedom Square, just outside Buffalo City Hall, days after Russia's invasion. What I said then is just as true today. The United States of America must always stand with Ukraine against Russian aggression. Buffalo is known as the city of good neighbors, and that spirit has been evident in the way our community has opened its doors to Ukrainian refugees, providing shelter, education, and hope for a better future. Members of this body, both Democrats and Republicans alike, understand that this is not just Ukraine's fight. This is a battle between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression. That is why this body has come together on numerous occasions to pass legislation to help the people of Ukraine resist the Russian invasion and defend their homeland. And we continue to do this because we know that if Russia succeeds, it sets a dangerous precedent for dictators around the world, and it threatens the security of our NATO allies. So when the President of the United States chooses to spread the same false Russian propaganda as Vladimir Putin, absolving Russia of its responsibility for starting the war, and defaming the democratically elected president of our ally, We should have the courage to stand up and call it what it is, a bald-faced lie. And it's shameful when we, the shining city upon a hill, as President Reagan put it, oppose a United Nations resolution condemning Russia and supporting Ukraine. The rest of the world should look to us as a model of democracy, but instead, we're enabling a dictator. And just think about the company that we're keeping with this UN vote. The only other countries to oppose this resolution were Russia, North Korea, and Belarus, all dictatorships. Since when does the United States side with dictators? I suppose when we have a president who says he wants to be one. Turning our back on Ukraine goes against everything Americans have fought and died for since we declared our independence from a monarch in England. Supporting Russian aggression against Ukraine sends a dangerous message to our allies around the world. The United States is no longer a reliable friend. You are on your own. Well, I have news for you. We are much better than this as a country. This isn't just about democracy, it's also about our national security and our credibility on a world stage. The world is a safer place, and the American people are more secure when we stand united with our allies, uphold our commitments to global peace and stability, and lead with strength, diplomacy, and integrity. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I very much want to thank all of my colleagues for joining us here tonight and me here tonight. This evening, we heard about the damage that President Trump's actions have done to our nation's security. If our nation turns its back on Ukraine, we heard about what comes next. Our ally Taiwan left in greater jeopardy to a Chinese invasion. Our allies left elsewhere looking for security and for other trading opportunities. And worst of all, our enemies worldwide left emboldened by Trump's isolationist actions. The American people should be worried tonight. History has shown us that when America is isolated, we are less safe. And I very much hope that my Republican friends, the 101 of them, now 100 of them, who very recently voted in support of this nation in its fight for their democracy and as a consequence, all of our democratic values, will stand up to this, our president, and will help us, the United States, change our course, and as a consequence, the world change its course for safety and freedom as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion? Gentlelady yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
I do. I have a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
Then rehired, as their functions were quickly proven to be indispensable.
Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 20, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for consumer gas-fired instantaneous water heaters, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 35, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charge for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions, and providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 162. Resolved that the following
Mr.
name
Speaker, I
members.
ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Skip even. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HCon Res 14.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 161 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of HCon Res 14. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of HCon Res 14, which the clerk will report by title.
Concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
Pursuant to the rule, the concurrent resolution is considered read for the first time. General debate shall not exceed 3 hours, with 2 hours confined to the congressional budget, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee on the budget or their respective designees, and 1 hour on the subject of economic goals and policies, equally divided and controlled by the Representative Mr. Schweikert of Arizona, Representative Beyer of Virginia, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 1 hour of debate on the congressional budget. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, today we will unlock the policies for making America safe and prosperous again by advancing the FY25 budget resolution.
Gentlemen will suspend. Members of the chamber, would you kindly take your private conversations from the floor so that debate on the subject at hand in the House, the People's House, may continue. Gentleman from Texas.
As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, today we're going to unlock the policies to make America safe and prosperous again. This fiscal framework will guide the process for restoring the fiscal health of our nation by reining in reckless spending and reigniting economic growth. In addition, and importantly, it provides critical resources to our Commander-in-Chief to secure our borders, strengthen our military, and provide for the common defense. But for the next 2 hours, Mr. Chairman, my Democrat colleagues are going to reach way back to the only plays they know how to run, making false claims and fear-mongering. Why? Because they are still, even after the recent election, disconnected from the people's reality, because they're more concerned with protecting unionized government bureaucrats and woke and wasteful government programs than they are about protecting taxpayers and their sacred treasure. Why? Because their commitment isn't to we the people in this fateful moment. It's to we the government and to derailing the mandate from the people for common sense policies and President Trump's America First agenda. I'm going to take some time to set the record straight, Mr. Chairman, so that every time the American people hear these false claims, to mislead them into thinking that the tax cuts somehow benefited the billionaires and corporations and that Republicans are cutting benefits for seniors and the poorest among us. I want the American people to know the truth. And here's the truth. The Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for every American household at every income level while increasing the amount of taxes paid by the top 1%. According to the Washington Post, which, by the way, gave Democrats not one, not two, not three, 4 Pinocchios every time they made these misleading claims. They said 3 of every $4 in the Trump tax cuts didn't go to corporations, but they went to individuals, cutting taxes for the lowest income individuals by 10%, while cutting taxes for the top 1% of the income earners
by less than 0.5%. In addition, we saw a record 25-year wage increase for median household incomes. Real wages at the bottom 10% rose 2 times faster than the top 10%. Real wealth at the bottom half of households rose 3 times faster than that of the top half of our country. A record 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. Black, Hispanic, and Asian American citizens experienced historic high incomes and all-time low unemployment. Here's the reality, Mr. Chairman. Our Democrat colleagues oppose the American people's tax cuts back in 2017, and they opposed their tax cuts today. And if they were successful in this endeavor, here's what would happen. We'd have a 22% tax hike on every American citizen, on average. They just suffered through a 21% tax hike from the inflation tax over the last 4 years and the worst cost of living crisis in modern history. Median income families would lose $1,700. 26 million small businesses would pay at the highest marginal rate and lose the 20% deduction, putting them on a comparable level to the corporate tax rates. Child tax credits, 40 million families would have the tax credit for their children cut in half. And 91% of the American people that get the standard deduction would have that cut in half. Those are the results of the Democrats standing in the way of what would be, if they were successful, the highest tax hike in American history. Here's the other false claim. To pay for these tax cuts, the Democrats are going to say that Republicans are cutting benefits for seniors and for, again, our poorest and most vulnerable among us. Here's the truth, Mr. Chairman. Republicans are fighting to right-size a woke, weaponized, and bloated bureaucracy, to root out the trillions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, and to rein in the reckless spending of the Biden administration and our Democrat colleagues from over the last 4 years. Prior to 2019, before President Biden took office, and he and the Democrats jammed $2 trillion through in the so-called COVID relief, even though maybe 20% of that money actually went for the purposes of COVID relief. Our budget back then was $4.5 trillion. Today, it's $7 trillion. With the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, they gave away $700 billion in tax credits to green energy corporations. They expanded Obamacare subsidies to people making more than $500,000 and already had, many of whom already had employer-sponsored health care. And they expanded the IRS, $80 billion, 80,000 IRS agents, shaking down mostly middle-class people and small businesses. With the stroke of a pen, President Biden wasted $2 trillion unilaterally of taxpayer monies by opening up our welfare services, taxpayer-funded welfare services to people in this country illegally. He waived work requirements for means-tested welfare programs from SNAP to Medicaid and beyond, trapping people in poverty and dependence on the federal government. He mandated expensive and unreliable electric vehicles for all Americans and a whole lot more. In fact, we're spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant in this country for the millions of people who violated our sovereignty and came to this country in violation of our immigration laws. $9,000 of what taxpayers pay for people who are here illegally for taxpayer-funded social services. Mr. Chairman, that's more than we spend on the most vulnerable Americans for Medicaid. That's more than we spend collectively for our veterans for their military retirement. The President Biden, weakened government program integrity, allowing people who aren't eligible for Medicaid and other programs to receive benefits. Case in point, we used to review the Medicaid rolls twice a year to make sure people who were on the rolls were those who were most vulnerable and those who qualified according to the law. That was revoked by the Biden administration. And they only did it once a year. And if you changed it back, you'd eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse and save $160 billion of taxpayer monies. He implemented unconstitutional and regressive student loan bailouts, forcing working Americans to subsidize the upper middle class, law students, medical students. These are folks that deferred their education. These are hardworking people that didn't think they could afford college. We have an unprecedented opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow Republicans, and we have a sacred obligation at this moment to meet this moment with the urgency it demands. Now more than ever is the time for Republicans in Congress to demonstrate the courage of their convictions and take the bold action in this historic moment. Save this country. Save our children's future. Save us from wrecking the greatest economy in the world, for jeopardizing our national security and our leadership in the world. The world is counting on a safe, strong, and free America. And I believe that this bill encapsulates the policies that are going to restore America's greatness. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we should be quite clear about what this is really about. This budget represents a Republican betrayal of the middle class, and I'm proud to rise and oppose it. Here's what's at stake. My friends on the other side of the aisle want to deliver $4.5 trillion of tax cuts, almost all of which go to the richest 1% of Americans. Now, how do they pay for it? How do they pay for that $4.5 trillion of tax cuts? First, at least $880 billion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Those cuts from Medicaid, by the way, represent the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history. 72 million Americans get their health care from Medicaid. We're mostly talking about seniors, children, and those with disabilities. Another 20 million Americans get their health care from the ACA. So combined, we're talking about 92 million Americans whose health care is at risk. And why? All to deliver tax cuts to billionaires. But now we have a math problem, because even with those, the largest cuts to Medicaid in history, you don't get anywhere close to $4.5 trillion. So how do they finance the rest of it? Well, we have more cuts, hundreds of billions more in cuts to education programs like school lunches, Head Start, student loan repayment. We also have $230 billion of cuts to nutrition assistance at a time when grocery prices are at record highs. So all told, that gets you to at least $1.5 trillion. But remember, the size of the tax cuts are $4.5 trillion, and they want to add some more spending on top of that. So what do they do to make up the difference? Increase the national debt by $4 trillion. A massive increase to our national debt from the same crowd that for the last 4 years has done nothing but shed crocodile tears about the size of our national debt. You can always tell when there's a Democrat in the White House, because that's when the other side cares about the size of the national debt. But when there's a Republican president, Republican House, Republican Senate, the top priority is always tax cuts for the top 1%. A budget isn't just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's a reflection of our values. It's a reflection of what kind of country we are and want to be. There was a lot of campaigning going on throughout this country, and especially in my state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this past November. After all, we are the biggest battleground state in the nation. A lot of promises were made on both sides. A lot of it was about reducing costs for ordinary Americans. Not once, ever in that campaign, did I ever hear the other side say, we're going to cut Medicaid to the tune of $880 billion, the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. In fact, we have a president who said, and I quote, "I will love and cherish Medicaid." Then a few hours later, he endorsed the House Republican plan that slashes Medicaid to the tune of $880 billion. When this president promises to love and cherish something, watch your wallets. Folks, I think the American people are going to figure out what this is about. It's right there in black and white. The $880 billion I talked about, it's right there in their 58-page resolution. The $4 trillion increase in debt, right there in black and white in their resolution. No amount of spinning will get you away from that simple reality. This is cutting health care and all sorts of programs for the American people in order to deliver tax cuts for billionaires who don't need it. I urge every member in this House to oppose this reckless and unfair plan. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, what you won't hear from my Democrat colleagues is any mention of the $500 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program that jeopardizes that program for the most vulnerable Americans and does a disservice to every taxpayer in this great country of ours. By the way, betrayal of the middle class. When I hear that, what comes to mind is the unbridled spending and the failed economic policies that gave us the worst cost of living crisis in modern history. And a whole lot of people suffered under that 21% inflation tax, and a whole lot more people would suffer under a 22% tax increase if they were successful in killing the American people's tax cuts. Now I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and the vice chair of the Budget Committee and a key architect, I would say, of this budget blueprint, Mr. Lloyd Smucker from the Keystone State.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to thank the chair for yielding. Mr. Speaker, we've heard how this budget resolution will deliver tax relief to working and middle-class families. It'll put a stop to crime and drugs flooding over our southern border, and it'll jumpstart the American economy. And this is exactly what the American people are looking for today. Unfortunately, we've also heard a lot of falsehoods from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and so I'd like to set the record straight. The House Republican budget resolution will stop a 22% tax hike for the average taxpayer. It will put $1,700 back into the pockets of a median family of 4 and will prevent the child tax credit from being cut in half for 40 million families. This bill doesn't take from the working class. It puts money in their pockets. And while my colleagues on the other side try to drown out these facts with tired talking points and fear-mongering, let's ask the American people directly. How does a 22% tax hike help you pay your bills? Families, how does taking $1,700 out of your pocket and cutting your child tax credit help you raise your kids? Can I get 30 seconds?
Give the gentleman 30 more seconds, please, Mr.
Gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
It doesn't. And Republicans are working to stop those tax hikes by passing this budget resolution. President Trump was elected by the working class, and this budget will deliver on the promises he made to them. I'm very proud to support this budget resolution and urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind my fellow Pennsylvanian that this bill would put 3.1 million people in Pennsylvania at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this Republican budget resolution. Make no mistake about it. This budget will lead to millions of Americans losing their health care coverage, all so Republicans can give giant tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. The only group that wants these tax breaks is Wall Street, not the average American. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans pass this resolution today, we'll be forced to cut a minimum of nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, our nation's largest health care program. And for those who are saying that somehow the Medicaid program has a lot of waste, let me remind us that Medicaid is the leanest federal health care program. Every independent study says that Medicaid is financially sound, the most financially sound federal health care program. The consequences of these cuts will be devastating. Medicaid provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans, nearly half of the children in the United States, and it's the largest source of funding for nursing home for seniors and people living with disabilities. This is a life-saving program for 80 million Americans. They count on it every day. And yet today, House Republicans are unnecessarily rushing forward with a budget resolution that will impose the largest health care cuts in our nation's history. Millions of people will lose their health care. But that's just the beginning. Health care prices will sharply rise. Hospitals, particularly those in underserved and rural communities, will be forced to close. So too will nursing homes. Seniors will lose the care that they rely on, and doctors and nurses will be laid off. Emergency rooms will once again be overflowing as people are forced to delay care until absolutely necessary. And states will be bankrupted and forced to make painful cuts to important health care services. This is the reality, not what the Republicans are telling you. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. If just a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle take a stand today, we can stop this from happening. So I implore my Republican colleagues to think about the harm, the devastating harm that would be done to their communities if this budget resolution is adopted. Stand up. I urge my colleagues to think twice and vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Tar Heel State, former Speaker of the House of North Carolina and Budget Committee member, Mr. Tim Moore.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last November, the American people said enough is enough. They're tired of government waste, they're tired of rising prices, and they're tired of policies of the last administration. This budget is a critical step forward towards reining in out-of-control federal spending. To be clear, this resolution has no provisions that make cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. For those folks watching at home, read the bill. It's not in there. When Democrats vote against this today, they are voting to raise the average family of four's taxes by nearly $1,700. They're voting to raise taxes on small business, they're voting for open borders, and they're voting for higher energy costs. I'm proud to have worked with my fellow House Budget Committee members on this bill, as well as the chairman, who's done an amazing job on this, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this important measure. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. Mr. Chair, with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized
Thank
for
you,
2
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker. Well, the looting is underway. Our colleagues are running the same failed playbook of trickle-down handouts. My friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, said the family of four, they're going to get $1,700. Look at the tax distribution tables and what billionaires are going to get in this. That's the real issue that's in front of another point that I think is fascinating. DOJ is rummaging through your private records even as we speak. How about the following? Imagine what the Republican reaction would have been if Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, or Joe Biden said, we're going to borrow $4 trillion more for these tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us. Don't kid yourself. Medicaid, 71 million Americans, Medicare, Social Security, the American people depend upon these issues. I'm stunned that Republicans would borrow $4 trillion to justify tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us. And by the way, people who aren't even asking for those tax cuts. Their cuts will affect every part of American life, including those who need basic sustenance every day. $4 trillion, and look at the alignment. $1.2 trillion here for cuts, but $1.2 trillion for tax cuts. Oh, let me figure that one out. They are going to cut Medicaid to justify what it is that they want to do. There is no reason why billionaires should be getting a massive tax cut. Totally unnecessary, and in the end, that's what this legislation is about, despite their protestations. $1,700 for a family of four. tens of millions of dollars for billionaires. That's where these tax cuts are going. I want you also to understand this. The people are watching. We're going to defend Medicare, we're going to defend Medicaid, and we're going to defend all of these entities that have made a difference in American life for average people every single day. Let me close on this note. My father had a great saying. He used to say, Jesse James at least had the respect to wear a mask. They should be wearing masks for what they're doing today. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Kansas, another Budget Committee member, had a hand in developing this fiscal framework, Mr. Ron Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support for starting the process to pass one big, beautiful bill for America. For 4 years, Americans suffered from an open border, crippling inflation, massive federal spending, and burdensome regulation. On top of that, we're on the verge of increased taxes for families, workers, and small businesses if we fail to act. Our mandate is to restore and secure our nation, both physically and financially. It's critical that we pass a bill that enables us to address all of these priorities, including an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In my home state, Kansans will see an average of $2,200 increase in their taxes if we don't act now and we allow the tax cuts to expire. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made false claims about this budget resolution that will cut Social Security. As chairman of the Ways and Means Social Security Subcommittee, I want to emphasize with the strongest terms possible that this budget resolution does not do a single thing to cut Social Security. In fact, Social Security cannot be amended in the budget resolution in the budget reconciliation process. The Byrd Rule prevents consideration of reconciliation in the Senate that changes the Social Security program. I support today's budget resolution as a next step in advancing America's first policies, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman from Kansas is right. It is a big, beautiful bill for billionaires. I would also remind the gentleman that this bill would put 410,000 people in his state of Kansas at risk of losing Medicaid. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the ranking member of the Educational Workforce Committee, also a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution. It's frankly hard to take my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seriously when they come up here and give speech after speech complaining about the deficit and then support this resolution that what? Increases the deficit. Let's start with some facts. Every single Democratic president since Kennedy has left for their Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited. And every Republican president since Nixon has left a worse deficit situation than the one they inherited, all without exception. So here we are again. Republican president following a Democratic president, and Republicans are set to increase the deficit and national debt just like clockwork. Democrats have been finding solutions and cleaning up Republican messes for 6 decades, and thanks to Republican tax cuts and for the corporations in the top 1%, they added over $7 trillion to the national debt during Trump's first term, and here we go again. Help billionaires run up the debt and make everybody else pay. As ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I'm particularly outraged that Republicans want to fund these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires by making cuts to educational and nutritional programs. This could end up cutting things like Meals on Wheels, children's feeding programs. It could jeopardize Head Start, make it harder for students to receive K-12 education and higher education, and it will certainly rip away health care from millions of Americans. There is nothing economically responsible for this budget because it increases the deficit. It helps billionaires, but working families and middle class will pay the price. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman, my good friend from Oklahoma, and our conference policy chair, Mr. Kevin Hern.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the chairman for yielding. You know, one of America's most famous sons, Will Rogers, once said, quote, "It costs 10 times more to govern us than it used to, and we're not governed 1/10 as good." And that was in 1932. I can only imagine what he would say today. That's why this vote is so important. It moves us closer to delivering on the mandate the American people overwhelmingly demanded in November. We are on an unsustainable path, and every member of this body knows it. Every member. This budget resolution commits us to investing in strong border security and strengthening our national defense. It directs committees to find ways to make the president's tax agenda permanent. It paves the way to unleash American energy production. The budget resolution calls for historic spending cuts as Congress works with the president to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, something that every single one of us, regardless of party, should applaud, all in one big, beautiful bill. Failure to unite on this vote very well may result in breaking up the president's agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Together we can build a stronger, more prosperous America before it's too late. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 990,000 people in Oklahoma at risk of losing Medicaid. I am now happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agricultural Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this resolution that prioritizes tax cuts for billionaires over the well-being of hardworking American families and the livelihoods of our nation's farmers. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is our nation's most effective anti-poverty tool and a key part of the Farm Bill, which Republicans want to cut by $230 billion. This would cause millions of hardworking Americans to suffer, including some of the most vulnerable in our communities, children, seniors, and the disabled. Decimating SNAP in this way would break up the coalition that is critical to passing a bipartisan farm bill and hurts the entire food supply chain when times are tough in farm country and in many communities, especially rural communities across this country. Right now, as people across our nation are struggling with the high cost of groceries, SNAP helps American families keep food on the table. And let's be clear about what we're talking about. $6 a day for people in need. $6 to those who qualify. SNAP reduces childhood poverty, improves health outcomes, and generates hundreds of thousands of jobs throughout the food supply chain. Because when you spend $1 on food, you aren't just paying for the food in your cart. You're helping to pay for the salary of the grocery store clerk who stocked the shelves, the trucker who delivered the food to the store, the manufacturer who produced the packaging, and the farmer who grew it. The future of a bipartisan farm bill, which our farmers desperately need, is in Republican hands today. If you cut SNAP to pay for tax cuts for your wealthy donors, it's on you. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, the first state, my good friend and member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Ben Klein.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, back in November, the American people issued a resounding rejection of the profligate policies of the Biden-Harris administration that existed over the past 4 years by electing President Donald Trump. In the first month of the new administration, President Trump has answered this election mandate, signing executive orders aimed at securing our nation's borders, unleashing domestic energy production, and rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse that was left over as the final remnants of Biden's failed legacy. However, the president cannot achieve all of these policy objectives alone. He needs Congress. It will take those of us in the House and Senate concerned about addressing our fiscally irresponsible the last 4 years, working together in unified fashion to pass a reconciliation package that is set in motion by today's budget resolution to give this administration the tools they need to succeed in fulfilling their election mandate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this budget as we work to deliver real savings for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 1.8 million people in the Commonwealth of Virginia at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas distinguished colleague on the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Republican reconciliation because it makes a wreck of our nation's finances and it makes the wreck of the lives of so many of our fellow Americans. These Republicans are so troubled, so very troubled about our nation's debt that they want to add trillions more to it. In fact, according to the bipartisan Citizens for a Responsible Federal Budget, they want to make it bigger by about $4 trillion, deeper in debt. Elon Musk Doge, it is Dodge also, is a sideshow for a multi-ring circus of deception and lies designed to create the illusion that billions are being saved from waste, fraud, and abuse when Doge itself is the abuse. Even with these fake savings, the insatiable demand of these Republicans for additional billionaire tax breaks requires denying opportunities to middle-class families, denying access to a family physician, first by slashing hundreds of millions from Medicaid, for which Trump professes to love and cherish, Medicaid which pays for half the babies born at Seton Hospital in Austin, half the children that go to the children's hospital there. Millions of Americans will lose health protection, and millions more will lose educational opportunity. For those who are facing a dread disease like cancer, Republicans are cutting innovative medical research in the hope for a cure. With the looming threat of a bird flu pandemic, 40% cut in the staff of the Centers for Disease Control, CDC. All of this represents more Republican broken promises. Remember when Trump last month was going to bring down grocery prices drastically? Well, the only thing drastic is the pain of this Republican budget. Now Trump tells us we'll have a golden age in America. With this budget imposing so many burdens on our finances, the sick, the hungry, and students, we see who gets the gold, those billionaires that were on the front seat of his inauguration as working families are betrayed. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Chairman, I wonder when my Democrat colleagues will direct their indignation and outrage to the fact that that Doge and our friend Elon Musk has exposed a tremendous, outrageous, and utterly offensive waste like transgender operas in Colombia, DEI musicals in Ireland, transgender comic books, $20 million on Sesame Street, which is I would only have to assume my Democrat colleagues think that's the way to find peace in the Middle East. It's insane and it's offensive to the taxpayers, but you'll never hear a single word about that in this debate today. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, General Jack Bergman from the great state of Michigan.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's crucial that we're clear about the focus of today's debate. Our aim is not to remove vulnerable Americans from the government assistance programs they and their families depend on. On the contrary, we are focused on strengthening the integrity of these programs to ensure the taxpayers' dollars are directed to those who genuinely need them. In the past decade, Medicaid has accounted for over $550 billion, with a B, dollars in improper payments, making it one of the government's largest sources of payment errors. It would be irresponsible and a betrayal of our fiduciary duty to American taxpayers not to make a focused effort to recover these misused funds and redirect them to those who need them most. That said, it's essential that these efforts are made with a careful approach that avoids unintended consequences for vulnerable Americans and providers. As my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee begin their critical efforts, I would urge them to keep this in the top of mind, and I urge all my colleagues to support this good resolution. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 2.4 million people in Michigan at risk of losing Medicaid. And Mr. Chair, let's be clear, that's what this debate is about. Because the other side is great at trying to distract you, holding up the shiny object of a few outlandish stories about tens of thousands of dollars to distract you from the trillions of dollars that are at stake. 1 in 3 Americans, 1 in 3, get their health care from Medicaid. That is at risk because of this proposal, and don't forget it. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. With that, I am happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, my colleague and friend on the Budget Committee, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our national debt is more than $36 trillion. We borrow nearly $2 trillion every year just to pay our expenses. And we spend more on interest payments now than we do on Medicaid, schools, child care, and the national defense. Republicans have raised the alarm about this deficit, but this budget actually makes the debt and deficit much, much worse. They say we have a spending problem. Okay, then cut annual spending to a level that's covered by our revenues and stop the deficits. But that's not what they're doing here. Oh, they will make big cuts to health care, air traffic controllers, cybersecurity, the people who fight wildfires, but they will not use those savings to cut deficits. They will use those savings to pay for tax cuts for people who don't need them. America doesn't have a spending problem. We have a borrowing problem. And this budget would lead to more borrowing we can't afford. It would limit our ability to borrow money when we do need it, when there's a future urgent need. But today the economy has low unemployment and high interest rates, the exact wrong time to blow up the debt. This bill will add between $4 and $11 trillion to the debt, which will increase interest rates, raise prices, and keep inflation high, and our kids are going to pick up the bill. Don't vote for this self-inflicted harm. I work with many of my Republican colleagues as co-chair of the Bipartisan Fiscal Forum on controlling the debt and deficit, and I know some are sitting here quietly agreeing with me. I know personally also how hard it is to buck your party, because when Democrats held the House, the Senate, and the White House, I voted no on our reconciliation budget to get a better product. Let me tell you, it was very unpopular. But I held my ground, and people at home knew I was standing up for them. We got a better product, and they sent me back. We work with presidents. We don't report to them. We report to our constituents. As independently elected members of Congress who are elected on the exact same day as Donald Trump, do your job. You know better. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Texas, my friend Mr. Brandon Gill, also a member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Arrington, for your leadership throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, President Trump delivered historic results. He is securing our border, restoring common sense, lowering costs, and reestablishing America's strength in the world, and he is stopping our tax dollars from funding woke, perverted projects that the other side of the aisle seeks to push. But today, 60% of American taxpayers are facing rising taxes and uncertainty. To address these challenges, this resolution will provide for the extension of the Trump tax cuts, funds the largest mass deportation operation in U.S. history, and cuts at least $1.5 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal budget. This is something that should receive bipartisan support. Our commitment to fiscal discipline is clear. Conservatives on the Budget Committee added a provision that incentivizes a total of $2 trillion in reductions. The American people are begging for Washington to unlock the Trump agenda, which this bill does. They gave us a mandate to save this country. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 4.2 million people in Texas at risk of losing Medicaid. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, distinguished member and friend from the Budget Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for the opportunity to speak and thank him for his great work, and say that budgets are about choices for the American people. If we look at what is happening with this current budget, it's a bonanza for billionaires. We live at a moment in our country when 1% of our population, the very top, hold as much wealth as the bottom half of our country. 1% of the top. Billionaires, millionaires hold more wealth than the bottom half of our people. It's an astounding moment in which we are living. The very top are not paying their fair share, and everybody in America knows it, including them. How many more mansions do we need to see that take up acres and acres? How many yachts do these people actually need? Some of the old movies about Goldfinger and all come to mind. Some people seem to like gold a whole lot in this country. If the tax cuts that are proposed in this bill offer a few $100s to people who live in the bottom half of our country, which is most of the people that I represent, the bottom half of incomes, the people at the top are going to get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars back. I say to myself, do they have any conscience about what is happening in their country? And that to take away the health care, Medicare, Medicaid, the cuts that you're proposing, you will cause death in this country. To me, what is happening here is shameless. Here's a chart. If we look back at who caused the debt in our country, wow, it's pretty obvious. If we go back to the Reagan presidency, all you're doing is just repeating what happened. They added $2 trillion. Then the Bush II tax cuts added $8 trillion. The Trump tax cuts are already over $2.5 trillion.
Yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is given an additional 15 seconds.
I thank you. The Afghan and Iraq wars declared by Republican presidents added $8 trillion. So if you look at this, 2/3 of what we owe were caused by your side of the aisle. I represent a lot of Republicans, and I'll tell you what, they're honest people, and they'll pay their taxes. But they don't like this excess. It's hurting America. The Republican budget is just a bonanza for billionaires. Shame on you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. I would remind my colleagues in the House to direct their comments to the chair, please. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Georgia, my friend and another Budget Committee member, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the House Budget Committee's FY25 budget resolution, which advances President Trump's America First agenda by unlocking the budget reconciliation process to achieve the President's priorities and restore fiscal sanity in Washington. This budget resolution paves the way to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, signed into law by President Trump in 2017, which fueled historic economic growth and raised real wages. This resolution also provides instructions to reverse Biden's assault on domestic energy, rein in reckless spending, and deliver critical resources to the Trump administration so we can secure our border and strengthen our national security. Finally, I want to address the fear-mongering among our Democrat colleagues. This budget resolution does not cut benefits for any legitimate recipient of Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. I challenge anyone to find a single provision in this 45-page resolution that cuts benefits, because they can't. This resolution simply sets a budget framework so we can deal with the incredible fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid, to stabilize and preserve it for those who really need it. GAO alone estimates that the fraud in Medicaid—
From Georgia is given another 15 seconds.
Thank you. GAO alone estimates that the fraud in Medicaid is at least $50 billion a year. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit this report from the GAO into the record, which states $50 billion a year of improper payments, and I yield.
Gentleman's request is covered by general leave. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, since the gentleman asked the question, I'm happy to answer it. Right there in the bill, $880 billion directed to the Energy and Commerce Committee as a floor to find savings. Another word for cuts. There is only one place that can come from. Literally, if they cut 100% else of everything ENC has purview over, it would still leave them hundreds of billions of dollars short. It has to come from Medicaid. It has to come from the ACA premiums, because much like when Willie Sutton was asked why he robbed banks, he replied, because that's where the money is. Likewise, in terms of the ENC cuts, the $880 billion, it has to come from Medicaid, because that's the only place you can find $880 billion. Don't be fooled by their rhetorical tricks. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Standing in opposition. During their campaigns, Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues promised to get to work to lowering prices for the American people. This budget is a betrayal of that promise. It's a betrayal of millions of our children, our parents, and our seniors. It's a betrayal of the 1/3 of New Jersey children who rely on Medicaid. It's a betrayal of the 1/3 of new mothers who count on Medicaid for their prenatal care. It's a betrayal of 6 in 10 New Jersey seniors living in nursing homes. It's a ripoff of New Jersey taxpayers, as Republicans have prioritized tax cuts for their billionaire donors over the lives of everyday citizens who will suffer under this new budget. My neighbor, Tom Kane, has over 70,000 Medicaid recipients, including over 27,000 children. Does Congressman Van Drew from New Jersey know a vote for this budget means abandoning 177,000 of his residents for the billionaire class? Does Congressman Chris Smith know that there are 178 Medicaid recipients in his district, including nearly 100,000 children, who will be cut and will lose their coverage simply to enrich Trump's billionaire friends? A few weeks ago, I offered an amendment in the Budget Committee to eliminate these disastrous cuts. Not a single Republican gave me a vote on this issue. Last night, I offered the same amendment to the Rules Committee, and the same outcome, not one Republican vote. I only hope that there are at least a few of my Republican colleagues today who have the courage and the humanitarian to stand up for their most vulnerable constituents and to vote no. I urge a no vote here, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, our Agriculture Committee Chair and my friend G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this budget resolution begins the process of delivering on President Trump's agenda, and that agenda is clear. It's securing the border, it's unleashing economic growth, it's providing efficiency and accountability in government. It's reining in reckless spending that spurred record inflation. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to talk about the harmful provisions within this resolution. In reality, this is the beginning of the process. It's the beginning of a course correction that is desperately needed following 4 years of policy that placed America in a position of excess and decline. Speaking of excess, since President Trump's first term, increased enrollment and exploitation of the 2018 Farm Bill by the Biden administration ballooned the annual spending on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program by 66% of the total cost at $256 million, leaving workers on the sidelines while small businesses paying record wages struggle to find help. This egregious executive overreach not only violated the Congressional Review Act, but likely reduced the fraction of people participating in the workforce and contributed to inflation. Mr. Speaker, we must meet the vital supplemental food needs of Americans that Congress committed to fulfill through SNAP, and we will. We cannot allow excess or lack of accountability within the bureaucracy, though, to compromise fulfilling that obligation. Thoughtful policies that recognize the value of work, hold states accountable, promote program integrity, and in the long run, protect the safety net for those Americans who truly need it should be our priority. At the same time, we must use this process to advance the needs of the farm economy. We cannot leave our most ardent supporters in rural America without new resources and empty-handed for a third year. House Republicans have a mandate to restore America's faith in government, and we will protect hardworking taxpayers, bringing the largest tax increase in American history, and will provide for the neediest among us while simultaneously delivering a foundation for economic growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, let us ensure America is once again the land of opportunity and thriving communities, and passage of this resolution is one step in that process. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Let me remind the managers on both sides of the time remaining in this portion of the debate. The majority side has 39 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Pennsylvania still manages 37 1/2 minutes remaining in this portion of the debate. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would remind my friend and fellow Pennsylvanian who just spoke, this bill would put 3.1 million people in our beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlelady from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this budget. We know that a budget is a statement of values. In simple terms, you put your money where your mouth is. And the money my Republican colleagues are getting right now is going to the class that they are beholden to, the uber wealthy. The bulk of those called savings come from slashing Medicaid funding, which ensures that 70 million Americans, and funds from the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, where another 10 million American children are helped. Those savings that they're getting are being created so that they can then give that money, give those savings to the ultra-rich. 20% of the population of the Virgin Islands are at risk of losing their health care under this budget. Veterans, children, families that are working, that are barely making it, rely on this. My fellow Americans, right here, right now, Republicans are trying to steal health care from 80 million people, and they're heading to the bank as millions of Americans are left helpless. What is happening? What's going on? Republicans are intentionally targeting grandmothers, targeting children, targeting veterans that live in your neighborhood. My fellow Americans, they're going to throw some peanuts, a couple of $100 at each one of us, and tell us that you're getting some taxes back. But that's the amount of money that the very wealthy are getting. Average $314,000 are going to them at the expense of American people. Fraud, waste, and abuse. They're going to tell you they're using that money to get rid of illegals. They're going to tell you that they're going to try and dramatically change the landscape. No, they're only changing the landscape for those individuals that they are beholden to. $2 trillion of cuts for $4 trillion of money that are going into the pocket of individuals that they are beholden to. That's what's happening. I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised that the Republicans have used this process to satisfy the people that they are most beholden to. Americans must stand up. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 4 minutes to my friend from the great state of Missouri and my chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Jason Smith, for 4 minutes.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 4 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, President Trump left Joe Biden a blueprint success, and then Democrats proceeded to open our borders, undermine American energy, and spend trillions of dollars on handouts to the wealthy. They created the highest inflation in 40 years that made it impossible for working families to survive. That's why the American people sent Donald Trump back to the White House with a mandate. Now it's up to Congress to deliver on that mandate to make our economy work again for working families. The economy isn't just numbers on a chart. It's the farmer who wakes up at 4 a.m., the mom or dad working 2 jobs to get by, the shop owner figuring out how to keep the store lights on, and the truck driver working overtime. To my Democrat colleagues, let's be clear. A vote against this budget is a vote to raise taxes on low-income Americans. $2.6 trillion of the tax cuts, and this are people making less than $400,000 a year. You campaigned on not allowing taxes to increase on people making less than $400,000 a year. Let's see if your voting card shows up. Extending the Trump tax cuts will give the lowest income families a tax cut of 15%, the highest of any income group. On the other hand, failing to extend these tax cuts means the average taxpayer will see a 22% tax hike. The average family of four making $80,000 a year will see their taxes go up almost $1,700. That's 2 months worth of groceries. Americans need certainty that relief is on the way. Workers need certainty that their taxes won't go up. 26 million small businesses need certainty that their tax rates won't rise to 43% in a few short months so that they can focus on investing and hiring more workers. 2 million family-owned farms need certainty they won't be forced to sell their farm to pay an increased death tax. They need to know right now if they should be contacting an estate planner for the massive tax hike that's coming. Parents need certainty that their guaranteed deduction of $30,000 won't be cut in half, and their child tax credit won't be slashed from $2,000 to $1,000. Following passage of the Trump tax cuts, wages increased by 4.9%, the fastest two-year growth in real wages in 20 years. 5 million new jobs were created. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. Real median household income rose by $5,000. The economy grew a full percentage point higher than CBO's initial forecast, and revenues have remained steady at 17% of GDP. Building on President Trump's tax cuts will deliver a new golden age of prosperity. Over 1 million new small business jobs each year, $284 billion in economic growth from more manufacturing, and billions in new investments to revitalize our poorest neighborhoods. We will reignite our economy with the return of policies like 100% immediate expensing and incentives to make sure R&D is happening here and not being outsourced around the globe. We will deliver on President Trump's commitment to tax relief for tipped workers, help for seniors struggling with inflation, and tax relief for overtime workers. President Trump's policies will spark an economic recovery, and that recovery starts by passing this budget so we can send one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 1.3 million people in Missouri at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. To my fellow Americans, let's talk about what's really happening here today. Housing costs are up, groceries are up, inflation is up. Donald Trump is threatening more tariffs, which means our costs will continue to go up. It's no wonder that the bond market is flashing a warning sign about slowing economic growth under Donald Trump. And my Republican colleagues, instead of working with us to lower costs, what are they doing? They are working to give billionaires massive tax breaks. And they'll do that by making life costlier for everyone else. In fact, this budget bill that will be on the floor today will have enormous consequences. It will make America poorer, sicker, and hungrier. It will close hospitals and clinics. It will kick seniors out of nursing homes. It ends support for Americans with disabilities. It will double health care costs and more. That's just the Medicaid portion of it. In Texas, in my state, over 4 million Texans stand to lose with the cuts that they will implement, that this bill will unlock, but with cuts to Medicaid. And it's not just that. It gets worse. This budget bill will explode the national debt. Why? So that billionaires can have another yacht, another luxury home, another jet. It doesn't have to be this way. We just need some of our Republican colleagues to stand with us and vote to protect the American people, reject these billionaire tax breaks, reject the harm that it will do to their constituents and ours, and protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of our Environmental and Energy Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. My constituents know firsthand how the failed policies of the left resulted in increased grocery and energy bills, opened our borders, imperiled our national security, accelerated our debt, and have made it next to impossible to build and use our natural resources here at home, making us dependent on our adversaries. This budget creates a blueprint to deliver on the promises we made to the American people, righting the wrongs of the past, unleashing America's energy potential, and implementing the full America First agenda. Advancing the budget resolution opens the door for the budget reconciliation process. It will allow committees to begin our work on the nuts and bolts of budget reconciliation, implementing savings across government and harnessing our biggest revenue generators, such as domestic energy production. By unlocking access to our energy and mineral reserves, actively managing our forests, streamlining burdensome permitting processes, and repealing wasteful IRA spending, we will deliver a responsible reconciliation bill that builds the wealth of our nation. As a former member of the House Budget Committee, I appreciate the budget process and have great respect for Chairman Arrington and his staff in getting this budget resolution to the House floor. Mr. Chairman, while our colleagues across the aisle are using made-up numbers that have no basis or substance as a scare tactic on the American people, I can say as a former state legislator, and I'm happy to remind my colleagues across the aisle, that Medicaid is a state and federal program, and not a single person will lose Medicaid coverage unless their state makes that choice. Mr. Chairman, this resolution has my full support, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this big, beautiful bill for billionaires would put 820,000 people in Arkansas at risk of losing Medicaid. Now, Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader of the House, and my friend, Mr. Jeffries.
Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the reckless Republican budget, which is a betrayal of working-class Americans, middle-class Americans, children, seniors, and everyday Americans all across the country. I thank the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, the top Democrat on the Budget Committee, Brendan Boyle, for his leadership, all of the members of the Budget Committee, all of the members of the House Democratic Caucus who are standing up for the American people by opposing this reckless Republican budget that will devastate people all across the land. It's not consistent with promises that were made to the American people. It's the exact opposite. Here's the promise that was made to the American people over and over and over again, that Republicans were going to drive down the high cost of living in the United States of America and combat inflation. That was the promise that you made to the American people. As House Democrats, we're working hard to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower insurance costs, lower utility costs, and lower child care costs because we know America is too expensive. We want to drive down the high cost of living. But on the other side of the aisle, we haven't seen a single bill introduced by Republicans to drive down the high cost of living, address the affordability crisis in the United States of America. Not a single executive order issued by President Trump has anything to do with driving down the high cost of living. Not a single administrative action taken this year by the Trump administration has anything to do with driving down the high cost of living. In fact, costs aren't going down in the United States of America. Costs are going up. Grocery prices are going up. Inflation is going up. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time. So you've betrayed the American middle class, working families, everyday Americans, children and seniors with this $4.5 trillion budget scheme. And don't come to the House floor and act like this was being done in the name of fiscal responsibility. Enough with that narrative. There's nothing in the Republican track record to suggest to the American people that you are the party of fiscal responsibility. Absolutely nothing. President Reagan comes into office. His signature legislative accomplishment is a massive unpaid for tax cut for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And what does it do? Increases the debt by $2 trillion. That's not fiscal responsibility. That's recklessness. That's your record. Those kind of fiscal policies continued for 8 years, carried over into the presidency of George H.W. Bush. And then we see a massive debt handed over to President Bill Clinton. What do Democrats do with that massive debt? We turn that debt into a surplus over an 8-year period of time, and the economy exploded. That's what fiscal responsibility looks like. That happened under President Bill Clinton. Stop saying to the American people that you're the party of fiscal responsibility. The facts say exactly the opposite. And so a budget surplus is handed over to President George W. Bush, who proceeds in 2001 and then again in 2003 to pass massive tax cuts, same playbook, here we go again, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected that explode the debt by $8 trillion. And at the same time, we have a failed war in Iraq and a failed war in Afghanistan. Over time, adding another $8 trillion to our nation's debt. That burden is handed over to President Barack Obama, who during the period of his time in office, when he had a $1.5 trillion deficit, cuts it by $1 trillion, despite the fact that he also inherited from Republicans the Great Recession and had to turn things around. So he cuts the deficit by $1 trillion, from $1.5 trillion to $500 billion. You asked about numbers? Here are the numbers. And then that gets handed over to President Trump in his first term, who proceeds, of course, to follow the same Republican playbook. Has nothing to do with fiscal responsibility and everything to do with massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And so Republicans passed the GOP tax scam. 83% of the benefits set aside for the wealthiest 1%. And in connection with the GOP tax scam, explode the debt by another $2 trillion that you force working families, middle-class folks, and everyday Americans to pay for. Republicans are not the party of fiscal responsibility. Stop trying to convince the American people otherwise. Same playbook. In fact, during the administration of Donald Trump, during his first 4 years, the debt exploded to such a degree that 25% or so of our nation's debt came from just the first term of President Donald Trump. 25%. We've been around for over 248 years. The party of fiscal responsibility. And then, of course, President Biden inherits a significant deficit, overwhelming debt, and it's 2 years, first 2 years gets a lot done and cuts the deficit by $1.7 trillion. There's still a lot of work for all of us to do. But do not pretend that any of this, that this budget resolution has anything to do with fiscal responsibility or keeping your promises to the American people. You promised to lower the high cost of living, have done nothing about it. And so, here we are again. There you go again with this GOP tax scheme. Same exact playbook. $4.5 trillion worth of cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected disproportionately to benefit billionaire donors and well-connected corporations. To make matters worse, you would actually cut programs, cut the social safety net, cut the things that matter to working-class Americans, middle-class Americans, young people, seniors, and others, including up to, if not more, $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid. That's the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. That doesn't help working-class Americans, doesn't help middle-class Americans, doesn't help children, doesn't help older Americans. It will devastate them. Devastate children, devastate people with disabilities, devastate seniors, devastate pregnant women all across the country, devastate nursing homes, shut down hospitals, including in rural America, in urban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America. That's what the Republican budget betrayal is all about. Devastate supplemental nutritional assistance programs for our children, for our veterans, for our families. That's what the Republican budget is all about. Has nothing to do with making life better for everyday Americans. It will hurt everyday Americans. So Democrats are not going to provide this reckless Republican scheme, this out-of-control budget, a single vote, not a single vote, because we're standing on the side of the American people. We will fight this reckless Republican budget today. We will fight this reckless Republican budget tomorrow. We will fight this reckless Republican budget until it's buried deep in the ground, never to rise again, and stand on the side of the American people at all times. Vote no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, my friend and the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the chairman. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I commend the Speaker, the leader, and the Chairman Arrington on their tremendous work. We've heard about all the ways the House budget resolution will deliver on President Trump's America First agenda. That includes making a generational investment in national defense. The $100 billion in defense spending this resolution unlocks will enable us to begin restoring American deterrence, prioritizing lethality, and ensuring peace through strength. It will help defend the DoD's mission at the border because border security is national security. It will help improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. It will help us start to revitalize our defense industrial base and restore readiness accounts to ensure we can fight tonight. It will also help us start to expand U.S. shipbuilding capacity and enhance our missile deterrence. It will also help begin restocking our nation's arsenal of critical munitions. And it will help us position our military to outcompete and out-innovate China. Achieving the President's goal of peace through strength will ultimately require us to get defense spending back above 4% of GDP. But none of that can happen unless we pass this budget resolution today. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 950,000 people in Alabama at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, it is my honor to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this Republican budget resolution because it is not a budget, it is a blueprint for American decline. Let's be clear. They want to exploit your labor, your tax dollars, and gut your earned benefits, all to bankroll tax cuts for their wealthy friends and donors. They want to increase your healthcare costs while Elon Musk and his friends hoard even more wealth. And they have the audacity to call it fiscal responsibility. This proposal will only deepen the constitutional crisis we are already in. A president trying to rule like a dictator, an unelected billionaire using hate and fear to expand his control over our country, and congressional Republicans pretending this chaos is normal even as their own constituents call them out for their cowardice. Our government is being hollowed out, our institutions are falling apart, and today House Republicans are slashing programs that people rely on to enact massive $4.6 tax giveaway to the rich. So I ask my Republican colleagues, who will you serve? The people who sent you here or the billionaires trying to buy our democracy? I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve his time. Members are advised to not only direct their comments to the chair, but to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, the minority leader regurgitated a talking point from the Democrat Party we've heard now for years. We heard it prior to the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. He said 83% of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act benefits would accrue to the top 1% of income earners. The Washington Post, which is no bastion of conservative journalism, said that, well, they gave him 2 Pinocchios for that one and called it a zombie claim, called it galling, and PolitiFact agreed with them and said it was flat out misleading. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield a minute to my friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Tom McClintock, also a member of the House Budget Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, this resolution not only saves an average family about $16,000 over the next 10 years through reduced spending, it also prevents a crushing $1,500 annual tax hike on a struggling family earning just $75,000 a year. I have news for the minority leader. That ain't rich, they can't afford it, and they don't deserve that. The details will come in the reconciliation bill, which can't be drafted until this resolution passes. So our Democratic colleagues ought to wait to see what the committees actually propose before setting their hair on fire. You know, the people didn't save our country last November. They gave us the tools to save it. It's now up to us to use them. This resolution unlocks a powerful tool and is a critical step to stop the reckless theft of the earnings, the productivity, the prosperity, and the dreams of the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 13.4 million people in California at risk of losing Medicaid. I would further remind my friend, the chair of the Budget Committee, that it was not the Democratic leader's statistic that he was quoting, about 83%. It was the Congressional Budget Office that found that 83% of the 2017 Trump tax cuts go to the richest 1% of Americans. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was quite remarkable to go back home to New York's 20th District last week after spending 12 hours moving this monstrosity through the Budget Committee. Everywhere I went, folks were imploring me, begging, pleading to stand up to this cruelty. And that's after weeks of receiving nonstop calls from thousands of activated and engaged constituents, many of whom are reaching out to me for the very first time. I held a town hall at Albany High School, and like many of my colleagues in recent weeks, it was packed. The energy in the room was palpable. Fear, helplessness, anger. Why, Mr. Speaker, are we forcing through legislation that will hurt the very people we represent? My constituents should never have to stand up and tell me they will interrupt their lives to fight with me in D.C. against the Republican agenda. But they did. Our job is to serve the American people, not rip access to basic necessities away from them at the behest of a president who declared himself king. Frankly, it's insulting to me, to this institution, to the working families of New York's 20th District, and every American who is still struggling just to get by. But here we are, blowing a $3 trillion hole in our national debt to serve billionaire oligarchs instead. Billionaire oligarchs and donors who will never have to wonder whether they can afford to go to the doctor, retire with dignity, or even put food on the table to feed their children at night. It's outrageous. It's a ripoff. It's a heartless betrayal of the American people, the middle class, working families, and future generations. My district has asked me, where is the solution to this? It rests right in this chamber. Let us assume the responsibilities, the duties, the authority, the power we have by the Constitution, with the power of the purse placed in our hands here in the House of Representatives. Let's act accordingly. They didn't want a president to circumvent Congress. They didn't want an agent who never had a background check, who was never confirmed by the U.S. Senate, and who is wielding a chainsaw at our programs and not showing sensitivity, compassion, intellect, and academics that will make the true difference. With that, I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Once again, the chair would remind and implore all members to not engage in personalities toward the president and direct your remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from the Hoosier State of Indiana, Mr. Marlin Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution because it delivers on the promise that we made to the American people by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and fulfilling President Trump's agenda. This is direly needed. For the past 4 years, the American people have lived through the longest sustained period of debt and deficit in our nation's history. During that same time, Americans have also had to grapple with hyperinflation and record high energy costs and grocery costs at the grocery store. This budget will usher in a new golden era that the American people are yearning for, and where free enterprise can flourish, energy production is unleashed, and our fiscal health is restored. This budget does so by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which delivered wage increases of 4.9% and the lowest poverty and unemployment rates in 50 years. This budget also achieves a deficit reduction of $1 billion over 10 years and achieves massive savings in our spending. Washington doesn't have a revenue problem. Washington has a spending problem. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here to fulfill a mission, putting our nation back on a trajectory towards success and prosperity. Passing this resolution is the first step in that process. This budget doesn't betray the middle class. It saves the middle class and empowers the middle class for a prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. This is the first time that I remember where we are actually being fiscally responsible, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 1.8 million Hoosiers at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose the Republican budget ripoff. I hear from constituents every day about the high cost of living. Under the Trump administration, healthcare costs are rising, and putting food on the table is getting harder as egg prices skyrocket and housing remains unaffordable. Unfortunately, the Republican ripoff is a slap in the face to working families. Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans are asking us to support axing Medicaid by $180 billion, even though food stamps reduce rural poverty. Republicans will cut this program too by $230 billion. Republicans are defunding the police by stripping funding from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the CFPB is the only federal cop on the block to hold Wall Street banks and big tech payment apps accountable when they cheat Americans. It is shameful that while families suffer from high prices, Musk is firing thousands of federal workers and stealing sensitive data from his competitors. Although this ripoff cuts $2 trillion in vital programs, and what do Republicans plan to do with this money? Oh, they're going to give it. They're going to give it to the billionaires in this country. $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. If that math doesn't compute, it's because they expect Americans to buy the next mega yacht for Jeff Bezos. Well, I tell you, we're not going to do that, and we want to tell you today, Democrats are no on this budget. It is outrageous that you all have the audacity to come here with this budget that harms so many Americans and ask us to support billionaires and think we're going to buy it? You think we're going to support it? Well, you got another thought coming. We ain't doing it.
Chairman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I can't believe my ears criticizing the audacity of us here in Washington, our nation's capital, giving the hard-earned money back to the people, letting them keep more of their money as they've suffered 4 years under record inflation, record interest rate hikes, record consumer debt. How dare us give money back to small businesses and working families so they can pay the bills and provide for their families. Mr. Chairman, I now recognize and yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Show Me State of Missouri, our House Transportation and Infrastructure Chairman, Mr. Sam Graves.
Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the House's fiscal year 2025 budget resolution, which is a critical step needed to unlock a reconciliation bill that's going to help secure our border, revitalize our military. It's going to unleash American energy independence and extend tax cuts for American families and small businesses. Simply put, this budget delivers on all of President Trump's America First agenda by prioritizing the economic and national security of hardworking Americans. Failure to act on this budget resolution, our House Republican budget, risks trillions in tax increases on Missouri farmers, small businesses, and families. So as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I'm pleased to see that the budget directs an investment of $100 billion for our national defense after years of underinvestment. And as chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I am ready to do our part to produce a bill that fulfills President Trump's border security agenda by providing funding for the United States Coast Guard for drug and migrant interdiction. The Coast Guard has been underfunded for years. However, this administration recognizes that the Coast Guard is the workhorse when it comes to securing our maritime border. And I'm grateful for the President's focus on providing robust resources to the services to do even more, and I know that the men and women in the Coast Guard are very much up to the task. Despite delivering these robust investments, this budget still requires the Transportation Infrastructure Committee to generate at least $10 billion in savings overall. Committee Republicans have been hard at work to make sure that we are prepared to support the Coast Guard while also being good stewards of taxpayers' dollars by responsibly offsetting our investments. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the chair of the Budget Committee moments ago said something to the effect of, this is about giving the people their money back. Not so.
How's it going?
This is about the 1 in 3 Americans on Medicaid who are at risk of losing it. Because what is in this budget plan in black and white the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history, cuts to other programs like SNAP, school lunches, Head Start. And why? To deliver tax cuts, 83% of which go to the richest 1% of Americans. That's what this plan is about. And with that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, my friend, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
2 minutes.
As ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I am responsible for funding programs and services that the American people rely on. I also see the importance of programs like Medicaid, which help tens of millions of people afford health insurance. After all their talk about lowering the cost of living, Republicans wasted no time in making their real priorities clear. For this majority, billionaires and the biggest corporations always come first. Elon Musk, President Trump are hard at work trying to gut Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, which helps nearly 100 million Americans afford health insurance, medications, life-saving care. Nationwide, Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program provide medical coverage to nearly 4 in 10 children. Almost 40% of the children in the United States get their health care through Medicaid. These programs were designed, improved, and expanded over decades by both parties to help people deal with the high cost of health care, and they have delivered for so many families. In my district alone, there are 229,000 people on Medicaid, including 79,000 children, 33,000 seniors. Medicaid paid for 3,000 births last year, providing comprehensive prenatal, delivery, postpartum care to newborns and mothers. These are programs that help families and children. Medicaid works. Elon Musk is only interested in helping the richest among us. His dream is to fully extend more than $4.5 trillion worth of tax breaks to their billionaires and the wealthiest corporations in the world. How will they pay for these tax cuts? Pay for this massive giveaway? Republicans want to pay for this with cuts to Medicaid, $880 billion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, putting coverage at risk for millions of Americans and raising their premiums. To cut even more from the program, they also want to make it harder for people. Thank you. Who bears the brunt of these cuts? Seniors, children, low-income families, people with disabilities, those struggling the most high health care costs are the first ones left behind. Republicans are coming for SNAP next, threatening 40 million Americans who are just trying to put food on the table. Democrats will stand where we always do, on the side of the middle class, against yet another reckless Republican budget that steals even more wealth for billionaire class. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Ohio, also chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jim Jordan.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman for yielding. The budget resolution will allow us to cut taxes, reduce spending, help our national defense, and secure the border, which is exactly what we told the voters we were going to do in the election. I always say this, we make this job way too complicated. It's pretty darn simple. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot? If you get elected, go do what you said. The American people elected us. Majority in the House, majority in the Senate, 77 million voted for President Trump. We told them what we were going to do. Now it's time to do it, and this is step one of that process. Ranking member referenced the American people. We're remembering the American people exactly what we told them, why they elected us. And to do all that, it takes resources, particularly the one that focuses in our committee, securing the border. It takes resources to do, and the reason we need so many resources to secure the border is because the previous administration screwed everything up so bad. Day one of the Biden administration, they made 3 decisions. No more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico, and when you get here, you will not be detained, you will be released. And when you do that and advertise to the entire planet, those are the new policies, everybody comes. 10 million people came, almost the equivalent of the entire population of the state I get the privilege of representing. And so now to fix that, you got to find resources, you got to find savings, you got to do what we're doing in this legislation. because it takes personnel, it takes equipment, it takes space, it takes detention beds, it takes judges, it takes lawyers to handle to secure that border and handle what needs to be done to fix what they caused, what they created. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work he's done, the Republican members of the Budget Committee for putting this together. Look, he's right. If we don't do this, taxes are going to go up on the families across this great country. I don't want the taxes to go up on the families I represent in the 4th District of Ohio. I don't want that to happen. I want the border secured. I want to reduce spending because I know we're running trillion-dollar deficits and we piled up $36 trillion in debt. And I want to help our national defense because it's still a dangerous world. Just got back from Israel last week. We know how dangerous it is. They know how dangerous this world is. So this bill is common sense, and it's step one of a 3-part process to get us to what we told the American people we were going to do, what they elected us to do. And that's why I hope we can pass this. I urge a yes vote. And again, thank the chairman for his good work and his committee's work. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Ohio is actually right. It is a dangerous world. And you know, Mr. Chair, what makes it more dangerous is when under this administration, the United States is voting with Russia and North Korea and Hungary and voting against every single one of our Democratic allies. That makes a dangerous world infinitely more dangerous. And with that, I'm happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the gentleman. 4 weeks, in just 4 weeks, Donald Trump has sown chaos all over this country. His administration is defying court orders, firing federal workers, freezing vital funding that our constituents depend on, impacting everything from wildfire preparations to water security and health and housing programs and a lot more. All of this under the guise of cost savings. But the reality is there are no meaningful savings or other benefits for average taxpayers. Real people's lives are being turned upside down. Our National Park Service, workers at a number of federal agencies, farmers, firefighters, everyone who depends on federal services is feeling the squeeze of this reckless agenda. Meanwhile, Republicans are preparing their budget reconciliation bill, which is going to cost at least $4 trillion. Now, our Republican colleagues are being coy about the specifics, but Americans can connect the dots. You can't do a tax cut for billionaires of that magnitude without either dramatically slashing Medicaid and maybe Social Security and Medicare while you're at it, or dramatically exploding the deficit. So just like every other action before us, Republicans' budget is a betrayal of the American people. They're choosing billionaires over programs everyday people depend on. In my district alone, hundreds of thousands of people will lose Medicaid. Tens of thousands will lose SNAP benefits that help put food on the table. The Natural Resources Committee is tasked with finding at least $1 billion of these savings. The $1 billion for their billionaire joyride. Their plan is to sell off public lands, do more favors for big oil.
I yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. More favors for big oil, even though they are rolling in record profits, even though we're already producing and exporting record amounts of oil and gas. And of course, their old favorite, open up the Arctic refuge for drilling and pretend that that will bring in money as well. Last time it brought in $0 when they did that in 2017.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no, urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Texas recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from the great state of Michigan and also the chair of the House Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Tim Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my friend from Texas. And Mr. Speaker, in November, the American people delivered a clear and resolute mandate to this Congress: rein in out-of-control spending. For too long, bureaucrats in Washington recklessly spent Americans' hard-earned tax dollars and drove up our national debt to nearly catastrophic levels, hurting all Americans and especially the most vulnerable. For example, the Biden-Harris administration attempted to spend as much as $1 trillion through his illegal and irresponsible student loan bailouts. And virtually nothing was done to control the cost of federal student loan program, meaning students will be able to take on even more in student loan debt and drive up the burden on all Americans, even those who never went to college or received a degree. Why should we continue to spend Americans' tax dollars on a system that is clearly not working? Something must change, and Americans are sick and tired of this wasteful spending. With Republicans in control of the House, Senate, and White House, we have a real opportunity to cut through the waste, fraud, abuse, and falsehoods in Washington. Reconciliation provides us with a chance to address Washington's spending problem. Under the new Trump administration, we can cut spending, deliver on the mandate given to us by the American people, and put more money back in Americans' pockets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I begin to yield back, I will await the false report on Medicaid in Michigan. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I want to disappoint the gentleman from Michigan, so I'm happy to inform him the accurate number that this bill would put 2.4 million people in Michigan at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, distinguished former member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a Republican betrayal of the middle class, of working families across the country. If you are at home watching this, I want you to think about what Republicans want to slash from your life so that they can lower taxes for the biggest corporations and wealthiest billionaires like Elon Musk. They want to cut a minimum, the floor, of $880 billion from Medicaid, which covers health care for 72 million Americans. Medicaid pays for nursing homes for 5 out of 8 seniors across the country, pays for health care for 38 million kids, including over 3 million kids in Texas and 1.2 million kids in Ohio. In fact, it pays for 64% of childbirths in Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise's home state of Louisiana. Any Republican who votes for this resolution is voting for those cuts, as well as devastating cuts to nutrition and Medicare. Don't listen to Republicans who try to say that Medicaid won't be touched. I introduced an amendment to protect Medicaid, which they blocked during our budget markup because they intend to cut Medicaid. Remember when Donald Trump said that he would tackle inflation and lower costs on day one? Well, here we are, a month in, and prices are rising. Musk has taken a literal chainsaw to tens of thousands of jobs, putting families and local economies at risk. This budget resolution makes it clear that the only people that Republicans are willing to fight for in this country are the wealthiest billionaires who apparently now rule the country. This is unbridled greed and corruption. Vote no on this disastrous budget resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my good friend from the Cornhusker State of Nebraska, who is also chair of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee, Mr. Adrian Smith.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people want us to have a thoughtful exchange here, and I want to hopefully contribute to that, especially when I hear some of the accusations made that are just off base, misleading, false, and Warren Buffett has paid a record amount in taxes. I think that's worth noting. That's been in the press very widely in the last few days. But this budget framework delivers on House Republicans and the President's promise to minimize tax burdens for Americans across the income spectrum, promote security in our communities, and unleash economic growth. The resolution would allow us to extend the historic tax relief from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which has been enormously successful, and we know this, and allowing families to keep more of their paychecks and supercharging growth for small businesses. If these tax cuts are allowed to expire, as we've heard, the average American would suffer. Make no mistake. That's small businesses, family farms, so many other folks. In addition to averting the most severe tax hike in American history, this deficit-neutral budget will reduce the debt-to-GDP ratio by 8 percentage points, and the American people—
I'd like to yield another 15 seconds.
The American people, again, want us to have a thoughtful exchange on this. Let's elevate the debate and stick to the facts, and realizing we can do well for the American people by doing so. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas Reserve. And you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 340,000 people in Nebraska at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
I rise in opposition to the Republican ripoff. Budgets tell priorities, and as inflation goes up and Americans continue struggling to pay their rent, purchase groceries, and afford going to the doctor, Republicans stand united. Sell out the working class by ripping away health care coverage and food from children to pay for tax cuts for the rich. This is the unbelievable but real cruelty of their budget. Make devastating cuts to Medicaid for 135,000, mostly seniors and children in my district alone. Slash SNAP benefits for thousands of hungry children and families. End ACA premium tax cuts that currently save families over $6,000 annually. And for what? To give $5 trillion in handouts to the. And let's be clear. My Republican colleagues will declare that this resolution is necessary to extending the 2017 Trump tax scam to purportedly help the middle class. This is a lie. The majority of the tax cuts that they aim to extend will only benefit the rich, and the middle class will lose so many of the benefits they rely on. In their 2017 Trump tax scam, Republicans slashed the corporate tax rate and watched 100% of those benefits flow to shareholders, billionaires, and high-paid executives. And what did workers get? A big, fat zero. But even still, President Trump wants to cut the corporate tax rate by even more. What's more, Republicans' apparent concern for fiscal responsibility is nowhere to be found. Their budget will actually balloon our national debt in a reverse Robin Hood scheme that betrays working Americans we all represent.
Time has expired.
I'll yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
My constituents deserve better. All of our constituents deserve better. I once again voice my opposition to the Republican ripoff that will do nothing to address the needs of everyday American people.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Arkansas and the House Chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. French Hill.
Was recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I thank Mr. Arrington for yielding this time. What's irresponsible to those watching this debate and is the truth about the Biden-Harris policies, that when you combine irresponsible fiscal policy in this nation over the past 4 years and an irresponsible monetary policy, what's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that our families are suffering from inflation, the highest in 40 years. It takes $1.21 for what it cost $1 just 4 years ago. The resolution before us changes the direction. It delivers on President Trump's agenda to put the American people first. This resolution does protect the American people from the largest tax increase in American history. And let's set the record straight. The top 1% are paying more in taxes, the most they've ever paid in the history of the country. They pay 45% of all the taxes in this country. And yet, the rest of us, at less than that 50%, they're paying the least amount of tax they've ever paid in American history. This bill goes on to support border security and national defense that President Trump campaigned on and Republicans campaigned on, and it reins in wasteful spending. It reduces our long-term debt to GDP. And in the Financial Services Committee, we're pleased to follow the directions of the House Budget Committee and deliver on spending reforms by cutting back one of the most wasteful agencies that we have,
the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman from Texas Reserve.
Well, Mr. Chairman, upon hearing that the richest 1% of Americans pay 45% in taxes, my heart is breaking. I'll be sure that at church this Sunday we take up an extra collection, but God knows the billions of dollars they're about to get in this budget resolution will certainly help line their pockets. With that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Republican budget resolution and urge my colleagues to reject it for what it is, a total scam and betrayal of the middle class. A budget isn't just a policy document. It's a moral document. And in their budget, the Republicans make their moral code clear. The rich get richer, and the rest of us pay for it. There is no reason a teacher in Louisville, Kentucky should pay more in taxes than Tesla did last year. Kentuckians, let's talk about how this budget will hurt you. This budget mandates at least $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid, $230 billion of cuts to take meals away from seniors, veterans, and kids, and at least $330 billion of cuts to our public schools. Let me make this clear for those of you watching from Kentucky. If you are one of the 1.4 million people in the Commonwealth who gets health insurance through Connect, Republicans are coming for your health care. If you have a kid in JCPS, Republicans are coming after their education, fewer teachers, fewer opportunities, and no more free school lunch. If you are one of our veterans or our seniors or the 1 in 5 Kentucky kids going hungry as we speak, Republicans want to take away your next meal. It's wrong. I met with over 1,000 of my constituents this weekend. They're angry. I'm angry too, because this budget hurts people. And for what? So Elon Musk can get even richer? It's a scam. I yield back.
Gentleman, Pennsylvania Reserves. Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, also a Budget Committee member who's helped us draft this budget framework, Mr. Chuck Edwards.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the great work that our budget chairman has done to bring us to this point today. It's taken him hundreds of hours and tested his blood pressure quite seriously to get us to this point. And I rise today in firm support of this resolution. In November last year, 77 million Americans demanded changes in how our federal government is working for them, particularly in the disastrous policies from the last 4 years. And I plan to help deliver on those demands by fixing how Washington works and implementing President Trump's agenda to make America first. This resolution gives us the framework that we need to meet the demands of those 77 million Americans. Those demands include fixing our border, this crisis once and for all. This resolution does that. Those demands include unleashing American energy. This resolution does that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chair, I urge strong support for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Reserves.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
15 and a quarter minutes remaining for Pennsylvania.
15 and a quarter on this side?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. And I would remind the gentleman that just spoke, this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. Now with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Mr. Speaker, I ask myself 2 questions on every vote. Who does this benefit? Who does this hurt? Today, the answers are clear. This Republican budget resolution would benefit the richest 1%. Who would it hurt? Working class families struggling to make ends meet. It threatens third graders in my hometown of Pawtucket who rely on the community eligibility provision to eat school breakfast and lunch. It threatens a new mom on Aquidneck Island who needs Medicaid to afford postpartum care. And it threatens seniors in East Providence who depend on Medicaid's home and community-based services to stay connected to their loved ones as they age at home. All of these ordinary Americans would get hurt. For what? To pay for tax cuts for the rich. Don't believe me? Look at the numbers. The Republican plan could slash $230 billion from SNAP and $880 billion from Medicaid. Two proposals which allow them to turn around and shovel $1.1 trillion in tax giveaways to the richest 1%. Mr. Speaker, when I first read through this resolution, I thought surely it must be a mistake. There's no way that Republicans would intentionally hurt working Americans, right? Wrong. Democrats tried to stop the madness over and over, but Republicans refused to listen. Just yesterday, Republicans refused to consider my amendment to block cuts to SNAP and programs that provide free and reduced-priced lunches for students. You heard that right. Republicans want to make it harder for hungry children to eat. Republicans also refuse to join me in supporting Medicaid. It provides health coverage to 72 million Americans, including over 300,000 Rhode Islanders. That's not a typo. Republicans are putting the needs of billionaires above the needs of ordinary Americans. If that isn't a betrayal, I don't know what is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Tar Heel State of North Carolina, also Budget Committee member and good friend, Mr. Addison McDowell.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and while we may not agree on whose state has better barbecue, one thing we do agree on is that today is a momentous day, not for one party, but for all Americans. Today, we take a giant step towards fulfilling the mandate given by millions of Americans. For too long, the people's interests have been drowned out by an agenda pursued by elite left-wing politicians. You see, elite left-wing politicians don't feel the impact of their reckless policies, whether it be pursuing open border policies or policies that fuel inflation. It's normal citizens who feel the impact. Today, we start the process of restoring America's strength rather than pursue a reckless ideological joyride agenda. This resolution paves the way for historic investment in our country's border security, permanent tax relief for the middle class, getting rid of the inflation tax that's hit the working class, and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse throughout our government. Mr. Speaker, Americans demand better. This resolution does that. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Moskowitz.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today, Representative Thomas Massey, who is a budget hawk who walks around with the debt clock, which, by the way, I bought. It's $99 on his website, or on a website, talked about today that the Republican budget, if the Republican budget passes, the budget deficit doesn't get better, it gets worse. And then Elon Musk commented, and he said, that sounds bad. Boy, that is awkward. I mean, you know how much we hate it when you guys fight amongst each other. And you know, so that wasn't enough, right? Then Representative Massey went to the meeting, the Republican meeting where the budget was being discussed, and he came out and he said, you know what, they convinced me. They convinced me that he's a no. And the reason he's a no is he said over the next 3 years, it's going to add almost $1 trillion to the debt. And he said, and that's in the most best case, the most rosy scenario. And then he said, that's a lie. Man. You know, so this clock that we have that has the debt, you know, it's still going up. DOGE has not yet reversed it. And I say that as a member of the DOGE caucus who wants to shrink the size of government and cut spending. But this 36, instead of your budget making it a 35, it's going to make it a 37. We're going to go to $37 trillion in debt. And so, look, if you pass this today,
This idea about DOGE or the Republicans being fiscal hawks or wanting to cut spending is no longer reality. I yield back. Thank you.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I want to remind the gentleman that the last 4 years, President Biden and my Democrat colleagues set a record of $8 trillion added to the national debt. If you add the $5 trillion in interest expense, well, I don't know that anybody's going to ever accomplish that feat. That's $8.5 trillion borrowed a day. And during that reign of reckless spending, they added $116,000 to the debt burden that our children will bear into the future. With that, I recognize and yield 2 minutes of time to my friend from California, also a Budget Committee member, Mr. J. Obernolte.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my chairman of the Budget Committee and my friend from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this year we will borrow almost $2 trillion, which represents almost a third of all federal spending. For the first time in the history of our country this year, we will spend more on interest paying the national debt that we have already borrowed. And in several years, 3/4 of all federal borrowing will be just to pay interest on the money that we have already borrowed. Several years after that, we won't even have enough money to pay the interest on the national debt, which will signal a devastating default for our country. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow that to happen. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we have a spending problem. We do not have a revenue problem. Last year, we collected more dollars in federal tax revenue than ever in the history of our country. That's why this budget resolution is so important. It starts us finally down the path of reducing federal spending rather than increasing federal spending, and it does it without increasing taxes on hardworking Americans. That's why I'm proud to urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 13.4 million people in California at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, a great member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republican budget. Here's the deal. Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House, and they could be passing legislation to actually make your lives better, to lower costs on groceries, on prescription drugs. They could be lowering the cost of housing. But instead, they are attacking the very programs that working and middle-class families rely on this country. It is a betrayal. We were sent here, all of us, we were sent here to work on behalf of the people back home. We were sent here to lower costs for people, to alleviate suffering. And I know that my colleagues were as well. So I ask you, why are they letting Trump do this? Why? This Republican budget doesn't do anything to address the costs that working people are facing. They have proposed a budget that gives massive, massive tax cuts to the wealthiest and corporations in this country. And how will they pay for it? They will pay for it by making deep cuts to Medicare to the tune of $880 billion and deep cuts to SNAP benefits. That's right, taking food away from families who need it. And they will be increasing the deficit. So it is long past time for them to stop lecturing us about the debt when they know full well that their math is not mathing. They are adding to the deficit with this program, and they are literally giving the money away to the wealthiest who do not need it. When I vote on this Republican budget, I will be thinking of all the working families back home in Vermont, people who sent me here to work on their behalf, not against them. I'm thinking of families who worry that they won't have Head Start. I'm thinking about the people who, thank you so much. I'm thinking about the small businesses in Vermont who have reached out to me to say that Trump's proposed tax war with Canada, tariff war, is going to crush them. I'm thinking about the 150,000 Vermonters who are dependent on Medicaid. I urge my colleagues to reject this unfair budget, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield a minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Glenn Grothman, also my colleague on the House Budget Committee.
Thank you very much. I think I have to address some of the things that I think are out of line or misspoke with regard to the other party today. First of all, I want to point out there are not a lot of details in this budget. The budget has a lot of top-line numbers in which we try to keep tax cuts that went into effect 8 years ago in effect because we need a strong economy with high employment. But there are no specific cuts in here. The frustrating thing I hear from the other side is that they're taking out that any cut or any reduction in spending is a problem. Let me remind people, 26% of the current level spending for the current year is borrowed. That should be of huge concern to everybody. The average American has about $100,000 their share of a debt. Think of that. A family of four has $400,000 in their share of the debt. The average person, or the average American in the budget coming up this year will be spending about $20,000.
I yield the gentleman another 15 seconds.
Just follow up one more time. Remember, America has to know that 26% of every Social Security dollar, 26% of every new tank, 20% of every new education dollar is borrowed. And at a time where interest costs are going up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 1.2 million people in the Badger State at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I'm very happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, distinguished member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, Ms. Presley.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District as the House prepares to vote on a truly horrifying Republican budget resolution, one void of empathy or common sense. I'm thinking of and censoring the people in my district who stand to be harmed the most. Families in Mattapan who receive their health care through Mass Health, the Medicaid program for Massachusetts. Mothers in Chelsea who rely on SNAP to feed their babies. Disabled veterans in Randolph who receive life-saving care and benefits through the VA. Families in Roxbury who rely on Head Start for child care. This Republican majority said they'd spend the next 2 years cutting costs for the middle class, but the only thing they're cutting is trillions of dollars from life-saving programs our communities depend on to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, this has never been about efficiency. Tell me how it is efficient to make people across this country sicker, hungrier, poorer, more vulnerable. Tell me how it is efficient to buy more toy rockets for Donald Trump's billionaire friends while parents can't afford groceries. The cruelty is the point. What a callous shame and a sham. I urge my colleagues to stand with the people, protect families, and reject this shameful budget resolution. In the words of a righteous faith leader whose place of worship Donald Trump recently attended, have mercy. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think God had mercy on this country, and he's given us a shot now to turn this country around and to give it back to the American people and to return to common sense policies, to put the American people first and to clean up the mess in Washington, D.C. And we've seen the exposure of the waste and the woke and the bloat